Stream elements. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost is now live streaming Path of Exile digital scammers counter. So far any rain would be welcome.
That's after you beat Hades.
It's a massive woman, by the way.
Nightbot. Welcome to my channel.
I see. Huh. Sus. Anyway. I didn't know that.
Eh? Oh, I meant Hades. Keep saying that wrong for some reason. But I ain't changing my pronunciation of Yuffie.
Oh no. Oh no. You say Yuffie, don't you?
Come on, man. I didn't get on your case for saying my name wrong.
I've been calling you Benkill. Your name's Ben Kai.
That makes us even, dude.
Apologies, I know that now.
Now, what makes this mod truly intriguing is the inclusion of cut content dialogue. Very similar to what the Shinra Archaeology cut did for FF7. They've also included a cut minigame where you go catch a bunch of balloons, which isn't really all that fun. I mean, it's nice and all that they put it in the game, but for my money, Blackjack is the better minigame. Double down on 1,000 gil, baby. Booyaka! Spread that word around, folks. You know you want to. So I was pleasantly surprised to find out that they put all the cut content in another mod that doesn't change the gameplay, aptly called the Beatrix mod. And it's called that for a good reason, because one of those pieces of cut content from FF9 is the ability to recruit this overpowered Holy Knight into your party. She can be recruited in Disc 3 just after the attack on Alexandria, and features all those powerful abilities she used on you when you fought her as a boss. Her sword is also unique in that it gets more powerful as she levels up. At max level, it rivals even the most powerful weapon in the game, the Excalibur II. Her character is also fully integrated into the storyline, adding new lines whenever you bring her as a party member. With all that said, Beatrix lacks the use of support abilities, which are a must if you want to make her resistant to most of those nasty status effects. Without that, it makes her a liability on the battlefield. Fortunately for us, there's another mod out there that fixes that. It's called the Kupo Heroes Pack. Now Beatrix will have all the standard support abilities and proper stat growth. You will have to learn all of her action abilities from the start, but I think that's fair. But this mod does so much more than that. It has optional settings for each character that make them all so much better. Garnet's lack of offensive white magic is fixed with a brand new 3-level holy based attack called Lumina. Aiko's Fenrir summon no longer relies on accessory to access the Titan summon. Now the two summons are split apart and can be used individually. Vivi and Steiner get more magic to play with. Water, Quake, and the all-important Ultima spell. Kujo was the only one who could use this spell before, and was only for cinematic purposes. Now Master Vivi can finally access the ultimate spell and annihilate absolutely everything in his path.
Goodbye now.
But besides reworking some character abilities, Kupo Heroes Pack also has a couple other optional settings, like allowing Auto Life to resist the zombie status effect, and the antibody support ability can now resist virus on top of poison. The mod also allows you to swap out that sad Disc 4 music with the excellent Hildegard airship theme, as well as speeding up your airship to sonic speeds. Whoa! I like nitrous! And while we're talking about all these great changes, we're going to be putting the quality of life mod back on and ignoring that Thunder Slash setting, because it actually does have some great quality of life settings that make the spell Gravity never miss, and also having it work on bosses too, albeit with a reworked damage calculation. The Scan spell now reveals much more detailed info about targets. Might boosts both strength and magic. Mug will actually do decent damage. Lots of neat stuff in this mod, but I kind of wished that they did something to fix that Meteor spell doing crazy random damage.
Pitiful, just pitiful.
Heck, half the time it just misses the target. Did you see that? I missed! With a meteor! Hey, Sephiroth! We using FF9 rules for meteor? Because if we are, I think our chances are pretty good. Even with everything Kupo Heroes and Quality of Life do to enhance and fix issues with FF9, there's still some parts that still annoy me, like the Chocobo Hot and Cold minigame. I can't tell you the amount of time I wasted trying to find all those chocographs. which, to those unfamiliar with FF9, are essentially treasure maps for finding all the rare equipment in the world map. The RNG for discovering chocographs was just so freaking unforgiving. So the Chocobo Hot and Cold QOL mod is a great boon because it lets you customize your level of RNG to find those chocographs more often. Is it technically cheating? Yes, but I wasn't having fun with this minigame beforehand. And in the words of the wise Reggie,
If it's not fun, why bother?
Yeah, he's right, you know.
so in this case, mod it, and you'll start having fun again, and finally get to that Ozma fight that you've been craving to get to. But you better be prepared before you fight this dude, so we're going to be installing another mod called the Black Cat Endgame Shop to have access to all our late game equipment. You see, another thing that really peeved me off about FF9 was the synthesis shop. All the abilities you got in FF9 are acquired through the acquisition of weapons, armor, and accessories. So you effectively needed to go on a collectathon journey, stealing from every boss and buying from every shop like the Gilgamesh on the hunt for every rare weapon in the world. The problem comes into play with the synthesis shops, because they require you to part with 2 specific pieces of your armor, weapon, or accessory to make the thing that you want to craft. Normally this would be no issue, because you could just go to a regular weapon shop and buy what you need to synthesize. But when you get into the late game on Disc 4, you'll notice they want some really old stuff that you can no longer purchase from shops anymore, effectively locking you out of all the late game equipment. Unless you use a strategy guide that isn't from Brady Games, you'll have no idea which equipment pieces that you'll need to stock up on for the late game synth shops. So the Black Cat Endgame Shop is a godsend mod that actually gives you the ability to buy everything that you may have missed before. This means you don't have to worry so much if you miss out on stealing something or buying something. Everything is available from your friendly local black mages. Now you can forge all the dark absorbing armor you need to defend yourself against Ozma's doomsday attack. Suck it, you overgrown marble. Plus you can easily pull off the infinite money trick by buying what you need for cotton robes, then selling them back for twice the price. Haha, easy money.
That's a good idea.
Okay, so we've got one more mod I want to share with y'all to complete our director's cut, and this is one that Mr. Suna himself worked on, and I truly think that this is a must for anyone replaying FF9.
How many more shrine bosses? Now, there's actually shrine bosses.
No way.
Oh yes, way. We can now fight all 4 shrine bosses the way it was always intended. You see, in the original game, your party has to split up into pairs to fight the 4 shrine bosses simultaneously, but you only get to fight the Earth shrine boss with Zidane and Quina. Everyone else is just a cutscene. But now that we've got this mod, we can finally fight them all properly. Suna also added a few lines of dialogue here and there to have each encounter flow properly into the next one, as well as having that tense music continue throughout each fight. This is 100% a must for any fan of FF9 to play through. But, Mr. Suna, if you're watching this, it isn't compatible with the Beatrix mod,
Bogus.
which is very sad because in the Beatrix mod, she actually decides to go with Garnet and Aiko to the Water Shrine to obviously protect the princess from danger. But with the 4 Shrines mod active, Beatrix doesn't show up in combat. Now I know Beatrix isn't actually in the official canon game, but it would be cool to have her included in the 4 Shrines mod to acknowledge the popularity of the alternate fantasy and Beatrix mods.
This took quite a while to figure out how to do.
So hop to it, Suna, and make this excellent mod even more excellent with Beatrix in the party.
Excellent.
There you go, folks. The full list of everything you'll need to make your remastered Director's Cut Edition for FF9 on PC. Now that we've seen all the great stuff that's available today, how about a little look into what's coming up over the horizon? Because what folks have been cooking up here is extremely ambitious.
You bastards!
I'm talking a fully voiced FF9 with a mod called Echo S9.
Upgrade. Question time.
You may remember that Echo S name from my FF7 video.
Nope.
That's because this mod is being worked on by the same group as Tsunamods. And I just so happen to have an advanced copy of their mod that is voiced all the way up until the end of Disc 1. And let me tell you, the amount of talent on display here is absolutely incredible.
I once killed 100 knights single-handedly. To me, you two are nothing more than insects.
Hey, that's pretty good.
After the huge success of their voice mod for FF7, the Tsunamod team has since acquired highly talented voice actors for their FF9 project, which results in some really excellent performances.
Guys, don't go through my things. Ugh.
Like Princess Garnet, for instance.
What a beautiful place.
One of the neat little features about her performance was that she starts out in your party with this heavy, royal British accent.
Oh, how pretty. I wonder what kind of flower this is.
But after being coached by Zidane to try and fit in with the regular townsfolk,
Alrighty. I'll catch you later.
Good. You sound just like a regular village girl.
you'll notice over time that her accent starts to fade away and eventually becomes non-existent.
You sure know how to fake it.
I'll learn soon enough.
Everyone is at the top of their game and sounds very close to what I imagined it would sound like back in the day.
Tis foolishness. If all were so easy, why none would suffer in this world?
Like the stout Royal Knight Steiner. I always imagined he would sound sort of boisterous and flamboyant.
Oh, will the sword's magic stuff work?
Go! Is that all you have?
And the actor pulls it off perfectly.
We must keep moving.
And it's not just the main cast. Everyone has upped their game from the previous FF7 mod.
Oh, it's your least favorite food.
Hey, Goofy's in the game.
The Lindblom delicacy. Kiss me, pickle.
It's to the point where it rivals even the best voice form that Square Enix has put out.
The Festival of the Hunt. What else? A good opportunity to test my skills.
Now, as far as script changes go, I've been assured by Suna himself that nothing here has been drastically changed.
I think I'll pass.
Lazy bum.
Just a few words here and there to make the English language flow properly. Like in the case of the Huan species.
You want me to take them with us?
You see, these people are considered genderless, but Square used the S/he pronoun to describe them, which doesn't really flow off the tongue, so to speak. So the Echo S team changed the pronoun to they, since that is an accepted term for people who identify as non-binary.
Quina does whatever they feel like.
And I'm pretty sure if Square were to remake this game today, they probably would make the same choice. Now there is a bit of a small new addition here for the Lindblom Festival to Hunt.
Listen to this.
Our man with the plans, boy with the ploy.
You've now got live announcers that will say different things throughout the hunt.
There's lines for when somebody takes the lead, and there's lines for if you keep the lead for like multiple screen changes. And they have stories to them to give like lore and world building.
Where did that monster go?
So, you may want to replay this part a couple times to hear all the inside jokes.
The Dane bringing the pain. Baba, it's pronounced Zidane. Oh, should have thought about that when I wrote it.
With all the talk I've been giving to Echo S, I've neglected that there's also a second voice mod in the works by a completely different team of actors called Kupo Mail.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
So this one just recently released its Disc 1 demo and has its voice lines up until Trino in Disc 2. Here's a back-to-back voice comparison scene to get an idea of the different voices.
What's up, Vivi?
What's up, Vivi?
Have you ever heard of the Ice Cavern?
I've heard of it. It's supposed to be a beautiful place, covered in ice.
Have you heard of the Ice Cavern? I've heard of it. It's supposed to be a beautiful place, covered in ice.
Bravo.
Master Vivi's grandfather must be quite the scholar. We must thank him upon escaping the mist.
My grandpa used to teach me lots of things, but he passed away.
Oh. Forgive my indiscretion.
Bravo! Master Vivi's grandfather must be quite a scholar. We must thank him upon escaping the mist.
My grandpa used to teach me lots of things, but he passed away.
Oh. Forgive my indiscretion.
Personally, I think both voices do a decent job.
Why don't we go inside?
But think certain things like how Steiner is portrayed more comical in Echo S works better than the calmer, serious tone taken with Kupo Mail.
Nitwit, you just joined us. Now go find the princess, soldier.
Nitwit! You just joined us! Now go find the princess, soldier!
This is better.
One main difference I found with Kupo Mail is with the Kupos.
I want mail, Kupo.
I want mail.
You see, Echo S decided to use the Kupo sound effect over voicing the actual word.
Let's save!
But I don't think they told the actors about that, because you can hear the actor trying to say Kupo before being cut off by the sound effect.
Can I help you?
To explain why Echo S went this direction, here's the lead voice director, Christian Sakanen, to offer his reasoning.
We have a problem with the word Kupo. First of all, the first Moogle that you meet is named Kupo. That already became our problem. And then there are the Kupo nuts. So it's like, how does a Moogle say Kupo nuts? Do they say, what are the nuts? No, they actually say the word Kupo nut, right? It's a way to differentiate those things. Now, I know you had the question of like, why overlay them? In our experiment, when we tried it with just the sound effects, because trust me, that was our first thing that we did. We tried it with just the sound effect. It literally sounded like the sound effect just came out of nowhere. Like it sounded like random.
Okay, that makes sense.
You have Kupo nut?
And not just that, like this is something that people don't appreciate. But if you really listen to it, when the actors say Kupo, however it is they say Kupo, I actually edit the sound of the Kupo to match whatever they're saying, however they're saying it.
Oh yeah, I did notice that. That was pretty good.
I love Kupo nuts!
You can try out the Disc 1 demo of Kupo Mail via the Memoria mod catalog right now. But as for Echo S9, you're gonna have to wait a bit longer for that one.
You are not permitted to enter the royal chamber!
But Suna has told me that it'll be done very soon.
Ben, don't you mean Suna?
Oh, that's a clever pun.
How dare he?
But if you'd like to check it out right now, you can become a member of Suna's Patreon page to get a first-hand look at Echo S9 while it's still being bug tested. And if you all like the work being done over at Suna Mods, please consider following the voice director Crane and Suna's Kick streams, where they live stream the mods they're working on and interact with their fans via chat. I'll leave links to the Kick and Patreon pages below for easy access. By the way, Mr. Suna, thanks for including my boy Krypton in your voice cast. He greatly appreciates it, and wonders if you'd consider using my line for this Star Trek quote.
Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker. Ask somebody else.
You know, just a thought. But before I end this video, I've got one more upcoming mod to show off that'll really make you feel like you're on cloud 9.
I remember a guy with spiky hair who carried something like this.
That's right, Cloud Strife is in the game. Modder Warped Edge was kind enough to lend me a beta version of his mod to show it off to you guys. And what he's got here is highly ambitious.
No pulling punches!
Cloud here is not a skin replacement for an existing character. He is a brand new addition to the character roster with his own unique animations and abilities. The modder even included tons of different looks for Cloud. You can choose his Opera Omnia look, several Ever Crisis models, or even the Nino style look from the popular FF7 mod of the same name. His entire skill set from the FF7 remake is here. You'll be able to learn these unique abilities by buying his unique weapons and armor from shops throughout the game. Enemies will drop materia pieces for you to use in synth shops to create more powerful weapons and materia, including unique summons that only Cloud can summon. He's got everything here, from both the OG and remake FF7. I set my Cloud up just like how I have him from those games. Double Cut, HP Plus, Long Reach, Ribbon, and Ultima.
You're finished!
And he's got fully voiced battle lines by the actor who portrays him in Echo S7.
This ends here!
And last but not least, Cloud can trance and use all of his limit breaks, including that special one from the end of the Advent Children movie. This is just so freaking cool. And Warped Edge has got even more stuff planned. Like, he wants to recreate the entire FF7 cast and release it as a full-on FF7 character pack. You can get an idea right now on the kind of mod he's working on by trying out the Playable Character Pack, which is made in conjunction with Terlititi, and gives you tons of new FF9 party members. Kuja, Lonnie, Sir Fratley, and even Prince Puck is in the game, with plans for even more characters down the line. Truly, the guy's got some talent when making some awesome gameplay mods. But I do find the character portraits a bit lacking, so I highly recommend putting on the Mistwake UI mod to replace those avatars with the beautifully rendered ones from that mod. Boy, I wonder what Cloud looks like with Mistwake. What the? Why is he an old man? Oh, jeez. Why does changing the costume make his avatar look totally different each time? I can't take anymore. I can't get any funnier. God dang it. Okay, but that's not all. Because this guy is also working on a full-on transmog outfit system that'll integrate with his character and costume pack mods that I mentioned earlier.
Wow, it is great. What is it?
Oh yeah, the transmog thing. That's basically a feature that lets you dress up your character without changing any of your equipment attributes. The only other game I can think of that has this kind of system is Cyberpunk 2077. So you can give someone who normally cannot wield the powerful Masamune blade for the looks, but it will still do only baby ear racket damage. Other features let you change up the attack animation style, add modifiers like 0 EXP, AP, and Gil, and change out the colors of both the original 3D models or the models from the HD costume pack. Even temporary characters like Blank can get in on the transmog action. This is seriously a very ambitious customization mod. Now imagine when he combines this transmog feature with his FF7 mod, then we might have the ability for Zidane to dual wield 2 Buster Swords. Eh? That'd be pretty neat, right? So that's a wrap for FF9 mods. I want to give a special thanks to Sunamods and Warped Edge for allowing me to play with and show off their mods. Keep up the good work, folks, and I can't wait to see the full releases when they're done. Now it's time to check on Brokai and see how many jumps he's gotten so far. Music.
Now imagine waiting 20 years for your favorite Final Fantasy title to finally get the remake, and then being told that you'll have to wait 15 years to finish it. Because this is the conversation that Yoshi P has just reignited. He recently suggested that if Square Enix were to make Final Fantasy 6, 8 or 9, that they would need to be split into 4 or 5 installments. And honestly, well, that got me asking a very uncomfortable question. Has Square Enix completely misunderstood what we mean by remake? For starters, let's have a look at the said information that has been laid out to us and why this might be the most problematic video I've ever made on this channel. If you guys happen to be a big supporter of the Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth or anything adjacent to Final Fantasy VII's compilation thing, might want to skip this video because I'm probably going to be just a little bit critical on certain things, and there's just a few little tidbits here and there that I'm going to be a little bit not so chill on. So to start it off, I just want to point out, when I made this video, it was merely hypothetical, and I dropped some ideas about the possibility of, like, maybe they don't have to be a straight remake of or a remaking of the game, or straight up do exactly what they did with Final Fantasy VII and just extend it for the sake of money. I'm gonna keep saying that until my dying days. Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy is a cash grab. Check out the link below. I'll have a link to that video. You can watch it from there, and then you can share your opinions on that as well. I didn't think that anybody from Square Enix was going to be in the same mindset, considering how Hamaguchi, I believe it was, who said that he has no expressed desires to look at remakes in the near future. That kind of made sense. Okay, let it rest. Then we get this update on Twitter. Yoshi P says if they were to remake Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VIII, or Final Fantasy IX, they will probably release them in 4 or 5 installments because they are so big. True, they are big games. They have a big, massive world worth of exploring. The fact that they actually managed to do it in one release in itself, in that day and age, is considered nigh on impossible, apparently, in this day and age. I don't know how we have gotten to a point where back then the PlayStation slogan, "Play has no limits," has become more limited now than ever before. And it's just a little bit weird that we're actually getting to a point where it's like, you can't have a huge game be one release. And I definitely disagree with that, especially with how Final Fantasy VII turned out. Now, Yoshi P goes on to continue in this tweet saying, "Of course I understand the feelings of the players, but you've got to think about it. Look at Final Fantasy VI. It's such an incredibly huge game. The scale is just immense." Yes, true. Let's go back to the well that everybody likes to use when it comes to these particular arguments, when it comes to world building, kind of gameplay, stuff like that. I'm going to have to go ahead and use Clair Obscur Expedition 33, because that game has a world exploring thing, and it actually utilizes world exploration in there very well. It's an immense scale game that did so well with what they offered, and I kind of feel like that argument, he does continue on with this statement, and the same applies with other Final Fantasy titles like Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy IX. So of course now, because you are working on the Final Fantasy VII series, I do get that people would be asking for remakes of other titles, but if we did remake those other titles, again, he's speaking hypothetically on this one, we'd probably have to release them in 4 or 5 installments. This is the case of the argument that I've actually made in the past when it comes to particular remakes, and why it's important to consider these particular options. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. You could explore the idea of seeing Final Fantasy VIII being remade. I would be immediately turned off by the possibility of having 5 installments, 5 separate releases, 4 or 5 of them, just to explore a game that, once again, you could just go and revisit on the remastered version that's out on every console. You could go back and play that particular game. And again, they may actually change a few things because, again, you know, they followed on the same rule with what they did with 7. They made some questionable creative choices in the story. They made some questionable choices in certain things. I mean, I'm still going to go back to this kind of complaints that I have with it. 35 plus mini games. I mean, you spoil us, Square. You really do spoil us. I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like my particular expansion, my extensive experience when it comes to looking at these particular titles, I just feel like it's a little bit difficult for us to actually see past more than one title. I just feel like as if I would be turned off if they did exactly the same thing that they did with Final Fantasy VII remake. I just don't feel like that would be the right way forward if they were ever to take that route. If that ever gets announced, I mean, you're gonna sign me off. Say, for instance, 2028, Final Fantasy IX is announced, and they're releasing Part 1 in 2028. Yeah? So that means that we would have about 4 years until the next installment come out, which will be in 2032. Then another 4 years. This is all hypothetical, by the way. They could actually have some development issues along the way that may prolong this, but I'm giving it the 4-year gap that we have had. 4-year gap on this one. So 2032 Part 2 comes out, 2036 Part 3, 2039 Part 4, and then 2042 is when Part 5 comes out. So that would be one remake that would be spanning nearly 15 years of development and 15 years of waiting. Now, I don't have to tell you guys that I'm old. I mean, it shows on my face. It shows on the top of my head. It shows the little wrinkles on my face. It really does. That I am an old man yelling at the cloud here. By 2042, I'll be nearing retirement age. After about 15 years, does that mean that you're actually preserving the classic Final Fantasy IX title, or are you replacing it with an entirely different experience? Is that what we could see in the future? I just think that would be such a time suck. This is why I say, if you're going to remake these titles, installments are never going to work out. You've already experimented it with Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, and Revelation. And in my honest opinion, that process sucked. It sucked going through certain areas of the game. I still have my gripes with it. Don't get me wrong, I like it. I just don't love it. I just don't think it preserves well the classic of what the original title gave us. Again, I fall into that demographic of people that are going to be, well, let's face it, people who have never played the original or played the remakes. Or am I grifting? I don't know. If you're actually going to be rebuilding these particular games, you're going to have to look back on things that are being redifferentiated as remakes, because Final Fantasy VII Remake is the only one that is being argued as not a remake, but has the title remake in it. I mean, you can't say that with Resident Evil 2, Demon Souls, Metroid Prime Remastered. You get these ones that are coming up and they actually live up to the title. They change a few things, they change like little niggles here and there, but they don't drag it out for a decade. They don't drag it out for a decade. To do that is just insane. And I think for somebody like Hamaguchi, state that the idea of doing more remakes in the future would be such an incredible undertaking. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to any fan base to get the same kind of treatment that Final Fantasy VII got. I think that if they were going to remake them, they should look at what other titles have done in the past. If you're going to do it in one installment. I don't have the patience. I don't have the time. I'm probably not going to live past it at 2042. So by the time any particular titles like that are actually going to come through, it's going to be bad. They're not just going to remake the title. They're not just going to tell the story that's lifted verbatim. I mean, God forbid if they ever did Final Fantasy X remake, you just know damn well they're going to add the novellas, the bits and pieces that people didn't like in Final Fantasy X-2. Not to say that there was any that I hate Final Fantasy X-2. It's just not what I would call a great successor to 10. Personal opinion. People still like it, you know, you do you. 7 remake, yeah, it's critically acclaimed. People love it. People love it. I have my gripes with it, but people love it. You do you. I think that 7 does have something that no other mainline titles have, and that is the massive global recognition. It does have the expansive compilation that was used primarily as a way of trying to generate more income for them, because let's face it, at that time they were suffering, Square
Boiling
Enix,
future
and
beyond
you have that
Zaj.
enormous nostalgia effect
Welcome
that I
to
think
my
that
channel.
people
Hello.
kind of look back on.
Best
Like, people
promotion
still
on
look at
Street
Aerith's
Mr.
Ambulance.
Bob.
death scene as one of
Laborious
the most
life
powerful
skanker.
moments in video game history. You
Welcome
still
to my
look at
channel.
Sephiroth as one of the
Best
best main
promotion
villains
on
ever
Street
created.
Ambulance.
You still look at, you know, some of the coolest fucking character designs ever made by Tetsuya Nomura. I think they would work if it was just a one release, not 5, a one release. Just release one whole complete game. And if you want to get a little artistic, make that shit added to the DLC. That's just an opinion. Again, I'm not really forcing people into actually changing their point of view on this kind of stuff. It's literally my view on this. I mean, it is a bit of a low-hanging fruit, and I have said it many times in this video, and I have said it in previous videos, that Square Enix is into doing this for the money. It's low-hanging fruit to punch that low and be that way. But it's not a bad thing for a company to try and build themselves back up after having a bad time. I mean, they still get a good revenue out of Final Fantasy XIV. That's still working out pretty well for them. I haven't played it yet, although I would be open to doing live streaming with it. Just throwing it out there. If you think that would be worth a look at, just let me know. Just genuinely think that this is where it's at that particular point, where they do have to kind of consider the possibility that they may need to just dig their heels into the future. How 17's going to look, how 18's going to look. Really, I think they should be doing what they did in the PlayStation 1 era and actually have 3 titles worked under 3 different divisions of the development teams, you know, and actually have them working on 17, 18, 19, and have at least a cohesive release date that could actually go from like a yearly process rather than just having to wait 4 to 5 years for one game to come out. So yeah, if Square Enix were to announce Final Fantasy IX Remake tomorrow, what would you rather have? Would you rather have a complete game with sensible compromises, or 4 or 5 games that expand upon every location? Doesn't really progress the story further. As a matter of fact, it actually drags you further and further away from the story. I mean, would you rather do that? Do you feel like there needs to be a line drawn when it comes to actually preserving classic titles like this? Or should we be open to the idea of reinventing the wheel? This kind of argument I've actually seen on Twitter for like the past few months. I've actually seen people say that they want a remake, and then there's people who say they don't want a remake because of their experiences with Final Fantasy VII. So what do you reckon? Do you think that this kind of comments made by Yoshi P is just fanning the flames of discussion?
Hello YouTube, my name is Bak Basu, and I am doing a deep dive into the speedrun for Silent Hill 3 Unrestricted Any Percent on the PC version of the game. So I used to have world record for this category many times actually. I got world record for many categories in Silent Hill 3, and I held it for many years, and then I lost and I got it back, I lost and I got it back, and then I lost it again, and then I never got it back, and I never ran the game again. But I've always wanted to watch this with the updated strats, and I will do a deep dive into all the strats because I think I know everything about the game. So without further ado, this is Savvy True Speedrun Silent Hill 3 Unrestricted. Quite the title here, Unrestricted. Shall we? I guess he's practicing a glitch. Whoa! So we play in normal mode just because the main reason you play in normal instead of easy is right here, right off the rip.
Records, no. Who beats them? I beat them the other way around. First of all,
so you do it to fall down this. On easy mode, you can't fall off ledges in Silent Hill 3. So this part, the start of the game, is a nightmare sequence for Heather. And in the old run, in the old route that we used to do, you have to run up to one of the enemies and you have to get the optimal kill, which is complete RNG. But now on normal mode, you just run off the side. Now, the reason why it's done on normal as well, one other reason, is that the hardest boss fight in the game you actually skip in this category. You do a glitch to skip the fight. So why the run was done for so many years, it was done on easy mode. But then once you found the skip for Alessa, the boss, you could then switch to normal to get this time save.
В ремейк я буду играть только с одного места. Максимум только на том-то марафоне. А на
Now,
рекорд
do you guys want the auto dub?
я по-моему,
What do you think?
I just don't need it. Why?
Get some subtitles up in here. So, one of the major points of movement in Silent Hill 3, this is a game where in Silent Hill 1 and 2 you strafe, but in this game, strafing is actually really important. In the first two games, it is not like, it's not the be-all end-all, it's sort of slow. And in Silent Hill 2, I actually think they routed out strafing in general, so now you use the 2D controls or the 3D controls. But in this game, strafing is still good. So you're going to see that in like every room, almost, that we use strafing.
Я про там все статоры наизусть знаю уже, но это не спасает.
So right here, again, a big strafe room where you strafe in, grab the tongue, strafe out. So that movement is like very, there's a lot of precise rooms in this game where like you are strafing in, very specific tag, pre-turning for a split second. Well, right there, he did something called a quick turn cancel. So you can hear, if you listen to Heather, you can hear it. Listen. You hear that? That's him canceling the quick turn by aiming your weapon as the quick turn's going on.
Ты хоть спам, не спам, чел стоит просто, потому что, ну, охуенная игра. Либо ты продолжаешь плюс секунды, либо я не хочу.
So another time save in this game is if you have your mouse on the screen. So watch, you're gonna see his mouse in a second, and listen. See how fast that menu was? You can only get that fast menu if you're using your mouse to do the menu. So throughout the run, you need to have your mouse centered here. Like you need to use your mouse often in the menu, but when you're using an item, you need to have the mouse centered on the item, so, or not in the center, but in the box, and it lets you go to do like really, really fast because you just hold it and click.
Я думаю, в августе я уже все конфиг обновляю.
You did another quick turn cancel there. Quick turn canceling is one of the main movement things you're gonna, main movement tech you're gonna see in this game. So here he has to check for the code. So this is random. So he got 2693. Yeah, you don't put the books in because it's slower. But yeah, 2693.
Не, без шуплёвки будет.
And ideally, like if you're talking about hyper optimization, you want like 1, 2, 4, 5, so then you don't have to move. You have to move your mouse as little as possible. Rutsky, we just watched your run. It was epic. And now, okay, we're going back to that run and banning some people from the YouTube chat. By the way, I'm checking the comments. I'm fulfilling the promise.
Ну я просто по плану там уже двигаю.
Now I don't know why he used that ammo actually.
Кстати, на недельный челлендж, я думаю, можно. На недельный можно записать. Я не забуду я.
I loved it, Jutsky. It was amazing, dude.
Чисто вот как под челлендж.
Thank you, Deadly.
Типа что-то серьезное поранить. У меня там до хрена игр, как я хотел серьезно поранить. Какое-то ебанутое время просто.
So there's a lot of so this is the kind of game where you're watching. This is like Silent Hill is a franchise where you're watching the speedrun and it's sort of like turn your brain off kind of watching. But like this room, you need to go up to this flashlight, very specific, like you're tapping turn button. And then you have to grab that at a specific angle. So Heather's angle is everything in this speedrun. So then if you grab it at the right angle, that allows you to strafe. and get the tag on the door during the strafe animation. So like you're gonna see that in like so many rooms.
Марио нет. Марио это такая дрочка.
So we're grabbing the clothes hanger, which this is another one of those rooms. You're stutter stepping forward and left, because if you hold in forward and left, you go way too far. So you're stutter stepping forward and left, and then you're strafing out and hitting the tag. The strafing is so fun in this video. That's like the bulk of the fun in the run, is that using the movement mechanics with the quick turn cancel and the strafing, it all ends up being like a very fun execution movement run. So it's very, very movement based, which most Silent Hill speedruns are movement based.
Их здесь двое, блядь! Их здесь двое! Их здесь двое просто!
He got bad RNG there, but I guess you're allowed to quit it and continue now. You used to not be allowed.
Там их просто двое стояло.
So what he's doing here is he's just doing this on the furthest frame possible. He's using the coat hanger on the furthest frame possible to pull down the ladder.
Там их просто двое стояло. Я бы там никогда в жизни не прошел.
And strafing into it.
Добро посмотреть, как ты долбишься в ебучую кибитку, как туалетная кабинка, в нее кабинка садится. О! Там Кармик, эксперт в области подолбиться. Надо уметь.
So there is tech you could do here for a faster line by like 0.3 seconds. But if you strafe here, like, so he just holds it up and left. There must be some big like glitch time saves or something, because there's a couple movement tech that he isn't doing. But like for this right here, if you strafe out into, so if you Q is the strafe button for me. If you Q and then A and then W and let go of Q and A, it's like a tiny bit faster than doing this strategy here. Because so when you're leaving a room in Silent Hill 3 and there's like a thing here, this is a good room to explain this with. There's a thing here, there's a thing here. If you strafe out and then use a directional key, you can strafe and then get beyond those. Or you could just hold in up and left and it's easy. So like what he's doing is really easy. It's like consistent and easy, okay? But the optimal strat would be strafing in and then using your direction to go past that.
Мы подолбимся, будем составлять ему конкуренцию в этом.
But it's not a big deal.
У меня есть другая игра, которую я буду, скорее всего, на серьезном шаг бегать, потому что у меня нет понятия каких-то быстрых игр сейчас. Типа вот такие вот постревания я играл, да, у меня с этим проблем нет. А вот с тем же Тустранером у меня вот проблем. Поэтому было принято решение...
He mentioned me twice so far? That's bullshit. I haven't looked at the subtitles because I focus on the run.
Прям на серьезном ебале. И после Густранера в перспективе, да?
So this is a smooth movement all the way. So the next hard part of this run is getting the Nutcracker. The cool parts of this run are spread out. I mean, not that this is a cool part, but it is a specific part. He said, I inspired him speedrun. Did he actually say that? So here, right here. He's doing the quick turn cancel right here. And using the menu, the cursor. And then strafing out.
Какие-нибудь Соников, я думаю, все на Соников вообще проблем не будет. Я тоже хотел 6 Соников попробовать. Там пул игр большая, потом до таблицы сделаю, ухожу.
So, one other problem with normal mode, it's funny that like we ran easy mode in this game forever, and you're probably thinking to yourself, why easy? That's so stupid. Because Resident Evil, I know, if you watch Resident Evil speedruns, they always play the hardest difficulty, or like at least standard. And then Silent Hill's the opposite. They'll do whatever it takes to go into the easiest difficulty possible. There was a category of Silent Hill 4 where you just killed yourself 20 times off the start of the game, or like you restarted 20 times to lower your difficulty adjustment to make it as easy as possible. So one thing that's funny but switching to normal is that now, like this room, there's a lot of rooms that like on easy mode there's no enemies in here. On normal mode, there's a guy in your way right here, and you just hope he moves out of your way. Or I guess he quits out and continues and it moves him. So it doesn't move him, it just stops his animation so that he doesn't attack you instantly. So earlier when I was looking at the speedrun leaderboard, I was curious. I'm like, I seen that my world record time, old world record, was really low on the leaderboard. I'm like, they must have figured out something, but you weren't allowed to quit out when I played.
No. Будь мастер, собитрайсер. Собитрайсер, играть не стоит. Ну да ладно. Ну подушил, ну и чё, ну, СПТ-3 на самом деле самый классный тур.
So with this boss fight is like...
одновременно абсурдный, блядь, потому что я вроде как...
What are you guys laughing about? That's it. That's it. Okay, that's it.
There, right? Oh well. It's all.
That's it. What are they laughing about?
So what, the... Well, SPT3 is actually the coolest tour and the most absurd at the same time, because I kind of up the Stormrunner. He tells me, I wanted to win Philanaut, but at the same time Philanaut flies the Storm itself. The Storm itself got sick and missed Billy's dungeon. You know, that's it. And at the same time, Cypher sets a world record for Larry Croft, and it would seem, yeah, well, Waffle is just sitting there in shock.
I've never played Larry Croft. You guys can enjoy the commentary. I can understand it, okay? Alright, so this boss fight is, you basically shoot him. You're manipulating him to attack you. So watch. So you shoot 3 times, then you pause for a sec. You wait for him to start up an animation. Then you shoot him 3 times, then you pause for a sec. He'll slam his wiener down, you shoot more. So this is... Yep, okay. Good. So the only thing you don't want from this fight is you do not want him to leave. If he leaves, you lose like 20 seconds. So you're just manipulating him to stay. You're manipulating him to do attacks to Heather, and this is all distance based as well. So you shoot 3 times, you pause, you shoot 3 times again, and based on your distance, he'll do the slam attack, or he'll do the bite attack. Easy. Thank you, Jim. The translation's hilariously bad. Yeah, it usually is.
Короче, надо подтягивать 2D игры и очень быстро. Вот этот пол 2 это прям показатель. На жестко. Эти перфектаймовые бусты, там скипы вообще конченые. Там если бы этих бордов тут 10, то бустами помучиться немножко. Топ-10 я там точно не возьму.
So here we go with some more movement. A lot of this part's holding in W. Until you pick up the Nutcracker. So once he gets the Nutcracker down here, there's 2 ways you can approach this item pickup. So you can pick it up slightly pre-turn and strafe out, or you can pick it up and do a quick turn cancel and strafe out as well. So he strafes out, but I think it's slightly faster if you actually do, like if you're going to just strafe out, it's slightly faster to pre-turn, since you can see he brushes against the wall and slows down. It's slightly faster to just pre-turn and strafe out. But it's not big. It's like the difference between like 0.1 seconds. But like I said, the reason why I'm mentioning it is because this movement is everything in this game. So like if you want to deep dive into Silent Hill, the deep dive is about the movement and the menu and some of the boss fights. But this category skips boss fights. So you want this on the furthest frame possible, which is pretty, like the frame on this input is really tight. So here, this is a movement intense room. You want to grab this in the furthest frame. You want to strafe into the ammo. And he skips the ammo because he skipped the boss in this category. Okay. So that room's easy now. Just wait till you guys see the glitches. Oh my god. Right now you're probably thinking like, ah, what's so special with this run? Boring. Just you wait till some of the glitches. Oh my god.
Ну, прям на тоненького стамина сюда хватает, вот опять же, если чуть-чуть. Дальше проходишь по платформе, все, тебе стамина нет. Там, по идее, 4-5 квадрат максимум, точнее, 4-й. На первых 3 не работает подъем, только на 4.
Grabbing the health drink. So this part, you pray that the enemies don't hit you here. So there's enemies in your way at all, in like every room in here. So it was about to hit him, so he's quitting out and continuing. We back in my day, we'd reset on that shit.
А, он еще и возле двери появится. This guy's just...
Okay, so I guess you're just free now. Alright then. Grab the shotgun ammo. Yo, Loom! Yeah, dude, that was awesome. That run was sick. Thank you. Okay, guys, wait, how did you find out that I watched that? That was awesome, man. Great job, great job. That was really cool. I said I would ban anyone that mentioned me in your comments and didn't just leave a nice comment, which I will. We're going back, and I will. I told you guys I'd do it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. You guys don't listen. Like, and by the way, I don't feel bad about banning anyone for doing that, because you guys are like kids. If you do this, I will ban you. Then you guys did it. You're getting banned. But Lumix, great run. Dude, that was sick. I wanted everyone to leave nice comments and not mention me. But apparently they did mention me, so. We were trying to give you your flowers. Bandwave Inc. No, there's probably like 2 people that mentioned me. Well, Twitch chat isn't gonna get away with it because I don't know your... I might not know your Twitch name, but YouTube, you're cooked. Cooked! So a lot of the time you're gonna see that he keeps his flashlight... He'll use his flashlight on and off in this run. And that is because the flashlight aggroes enemies in this game. So he didn't know the quick turn cancel there. Again, to quick turn cancel, you quick turn and you aim your weapon. But you have to aim your weapon at the specific spots where you want to break the quick turn. So that's what makes it hard. The quick turn cancel in this game is tough. I don't know why he pauses randomly. So I think the first glitch is coming up here. It might be the next area. First glitch? No, not yet. You managed to find me an Akinator in less than 30 questions. Dude, that's so hot. Again, cool movement here. You pre-turn, you go forward, grab the bottle, and strafe out. Or use the bottle, sorry. And grab it. So... nice. Strafe in, forward. So this is really tight. This is tight right here. So the hitbox is really small here. So to do this optimally, let's see if he does it. He did. So that is tough. So this is one of the big things about this run. So right here. See that little stutter she did there? That's when he pressed the aim button. Okay? There. And well, I don't know if I don't know if he presses the aim button, but I think you could cancel it another way. E. I think E might be his aim button. And that will get you to cancel it at the exact right time. So I know it seems sort of silly, but it is a huge part of the run. It's huge. I didn't do, back when I grinded this game, I didn't do the quick turn cancel, and originally that's how people started saving time on me with the quick turn cancel, because I never did it. And then when I started running the game again, I started doing it. But
конечно, напрягает, но то, что там собака меня бахнула.
Thank you, TMNT. All right, so the first skip here is you position Heather at the edge of this area, and to do that you can aim and walk, okay? And then, so this is it's a little hard to explain. So as the exact frame where Heather is jumping, you want to save on that exact frame, like the frame before she jumps. You want to hit your save button, and then let's see. That might have been good. No. Now this requires a few attempts usually. Okay, so let's see. And so he got it. So what you do here is he's gonna hold in the aim button. Yeah. So if you're attempting the glitches where you're jumping off a ledge and you're using the quick save and quick load strat, what you do is it's the same every time, where the frame before you jump off, you save it, and then when you load it, you hold in the aim button. And if you do it all correctly, you'll just teleport. Like in a very far distance, you'll go forward. You'll see this a few times in the run. So now he is in the wall. He is in the wall and he is out of bounds. So what he's going to do there is, funnily enough, in the sewer of Silent Hill 3, the whole sewer is loaded in at once. Or a lot of it is, at least. And he can run all the way to the end of the sewer now. So watch. So right now he's holding it forward, and I think he's tapping A a couple times, or tapping left a couple times. So now he's going to run all the way to the end. Watch. And boom, we beat the sewer.
Да. Я, кстати, время здесь чуть потерял по сравнению с предыдущим. А я там один трай, я ж типа... Ну, там надо сразу типа идти, вставать и, ну, первый трай делать прям не такой, чтобы он умер, да, а чтобы именно под сетап. Второй уже так делаешь.
Парам.
Опять же, держу в голове, что у меня парк не просто. Просто у меня там парк в очке. Это считать чертова трая. Ну, там, если бы я вот это не прокупил, да. Без первого трая сделал.
Nice. Quick turn cancel. Here's a big thing of movement. So the staircases in this game, you need to do it it's very, very particular. It's not that it's like really hard, it's just doing the big, like this is a big staircase. So getting it all perfect is quite difficult. It's good though. It's easy to get caught on stuff on the staircase.
Просто нужно нравится с этим, все. Я не буду прям сейчас дыры бахать, в смысле. Пока компьютера не будет, я сюда даже не полезу. Только единственное, что может хард экстрипить будет. Потому что там, ну, первые раны, и они типа не оптимизированы до конца.
This is another one of the things. So there is a minor time so you can get here where you can access this window extremely early on this pipe, which he doesn't get. Well, that's really good. That's really good.
Вот только если в таком плане, в таком случае.
Nice quick turn cancel. So now we are looking for the two key items, the rope and the jack, the car jack. To open up the elevator to go down to the proper floor. Very precise movement techniques. Yeah, this whole game is movement. Well, it used to be movement in boss fights, now it's movement in glitches. Well, also, the boss fights are still important, the two that are in. Or maybe there's 3. I don't know, I haven't watched this record in forever. But there's no surprises yet. Like, I've seen everything that the runner is doing. Bit of a missed movement there, but...
Прям в эту уперся в лифтину, прям на Верочку.
I don't know why he's pausing. I really don't know. Maybe he's reading notes or something? Let's see. Go back.
I don't understand bothering them. Hell. You're insane. I don't understand.
What?
And then go to hell. Yeah, I need to.
Okay, fine. I'll turn it back on. Jesus Christ. Wasn't very nice. So this is a relatively new skip. You skip this whole segment by doing, again, same glitch. You're holding an aim, saving at the last frame. And did he get it? First try? No.
Там прям супер удлиненный он. Он прям супер удлиненный.
He got it. All right, so now we run. We run all the way to the end. I think you run to the end of this. I think. Yeah, it brings you to the coin room. And there it is. Whole part finished. Super elongated. I seen that. What was he talking about? What was he talking about, dude? Oh. Why is he doing that? Why is he pausing? I could tell you. Sorry, I wasn't using my full brain. He's positioning his mouse. Watch. See? So his mouse is in the exact right spot when he goes to do the elevator. So he's quitting out here because this is the most toxic room in the run right here. So these enemies are called slurpers. They can knock you down, and they knock you down for a long fucking time. It's one of the biggest time losses you could take in this game as a speedrunner. He might quit out for this one too. Nah, it's not facing him, so he's not gonna bother. But dude, it's funny that this game lets you quit out now.
Ладно, я знаю, я время проебал. Я проебал все эти 6 секунд на силу. Тут реально сейчас...
Yeah, they're brutal, Mikey.
Вот второй трай, там какой третий, но я же там сколько, 6 секунд отдал. Вот оно и время.
Wait, what's bro yapping about?
Тут реально сейчас все скипы едят.
Making all the skips perfectly is just luck.
Oh yeah?
Well, like, the second try or something, the third one, but I gave up, like, 6 seconds there, so yeah, well, that's the time, 14:30.
He sounds exactly
you
like
have
Matt
perfect
Gale.
lineups, perfect, everything, absolutely everything. You're not screwing up anywhere, and you're not grinding or pinning it all right in the wound. Hey, in theory it's here. Let's leave it here.
Okay. All right, so you run for what I did for this fight is you run for it. As you're running for it, you turn off your flashlight because it manipulates him to move right. Equip your shotgun, quick kill him down. Let's see. So he runs for if you're moving when you if you're moving if you're moving before a menu, you actually open your menu slightly faster. So that's why you want to move and then menu. So you could this health drink because you want to heal equipped eventually because you take a lot of damage in this run.
Whoa.
Okay.
I'm trying to troll him.
So he blocked her just in case, because this is the missionary. When the missionary stands up, he has a chance to just swing wildly, and you can't hit him when he's doing that. But this is good. This is good. And boom. Easy, good kill.
My rotation is crap.
No, no, it was fine. The rotation was decent.
I've wasted more time here.
No, no, no. I thought that was good.
Why waste time if he's just alive?
The milk women are simply wasting their time.
He gave me a really bad setup for a hit. He didn't just do a quick strike, not a medium one. He just dragged out this strike that's given 2 seconds right away. And I can't shoot at him because he'll block and that's it. Although, maybe, in principle, I could have. I didn't want to risk it. I just know he'll block. Although, most likely, I should have...
Did you just hear he used the health drink? That's to restore his stamina.
Tried, just
so he
in case.
Stays in full sprint. I forgot. We used to use an ampoule.
I don't know what I need to do later. Probably spend some time finding it before normal. Normal. Try to find that rotation and hit it. Well, most likely, I could have done it faster. I don't know.
He does it again.
Well, I spent 2 seconds on that. The 2 seconds above are also unclear. Well, everything seems to be fine there. It's just that the RN was perfect there.
The
Basically,
RNG.
that's it. Oh, yeah.
Placing his mouse.
The main 3 heals are for the return, Tank X Pet.
Tank X Pet. Thank you, Buzzgood. So there is something funny about this run. Then this was like something that we talked about many times. So this isn't RNG, it's 4639. And this is RNG coming up, this puzzle.
Так, здесь не забыть, что здесь немножко другие цифры. Это 10, 1, 0, 1, 5.
Wait, how does he know this? Can see clock from a distance. I guess it doesn't translate well into the stream. It is random, yeah.
1, 5.
I don't know. I don't know. I wonder. I wonder what we're gonna do here. You can see clock from a distance. It's hard to do that. Okay, I see. You normally just run up to the clock and see what the solution is. But so he's going to pick up soon. He's gonna go pick up a camera that tells him the password to the door on the 2nd or 3rd floor. And like, I forget. I think you can YOLO the password, but the odds are like 1 in 10,000 or something. So you could sit there and spam a bunch of numbers. But it was argued for a while that we should just like do a set password for the door, but I guess you don't do that yet. So right here, he's gonna take a picture of the code here. And it's RNG, what you get. Like, it could be like any number of 4.
опять же, я думал...
And it's 3154. So... You could... I think you could technically YOLO it, I think. And, you know, you'd save a ton of time. But if anyone ever actually got it in a run... This was the controversy. If anyone actually ever got it in a run, they'd just have unbeatable record. Because you'd save so much time from it. But you need the, like... To kill Leonard, you need the Uzi. So, like, I don't know. It's a point of discussion about the speedrun. One other funny thing is that, no, I react to stuff on every Friday, as I have been doing for like 6 weeks. One other thing about this game is that right now, you see that he's strafing and everything? Technically, so in Silent Hill 2, you could change your controls to like a 2D control scheme. You know what I'm talking about? And that lets up is up, down is down, left, and you can't strafe anymore. It doesn't let you strafe. You can enable that for this game, but every time a speedrunner has tried to do it, it's like really janky and hard to use, so they've given up. But it's technically faster if you can get it to work properly. So there's a lot of funny things about Silent Hill 3 that, like, this game could still be cracked wide open. I have not played survival in it in so fucking long, dude. Maybe January. That game is cooked as fuck, man. So the reason his timer stops when he's transitioning rooms is because this game is done on an in-game timer. So the live split, he's using a program called live split. What live split does is it reads the in-game code of the game you're playing, and it will pause the in-game, it'll show you the in-game timer. So that in-game timer is not something that he's manipulating or anything. It's something that it'll show at the end of the game. So when you beat the game, it's not going to say the bottom number. The bottom number on his splits is real time. So see, it's still ticking. That's because it's real time, like right now, our real time. And the in-game timer is what's going to show up at the end of the game. Hey, thank you, Followed Freak.
Я верю, что это можно было перебить. Опять же, это на уровне верю. Потому что я обычно...
Okay, so I'm starting to see where the time save is coming in on my old run.
Он обычно блочит. Но на нормале, скорее всего, он не блокал. Скорее всего.
He's gonna quit out here, isn't he? That's nuts, dude. That's nuts. Go slow to go fast. A classic thing I don't like in speedrunning. And by the way, this is nothing against the runner. This is what the run has turned into, and he's just following the rules of a run. But when I used to run this game, you weren't allowed to quit out once. Or I don't think you were allowed to quit out once. But there's been like, you're quitting out for every door open. So why he's quitting out here, I'll explain. So watch. And then this could be huge here. Maybe. So, watch. He's gonna strafe out of here, a quick turn out. This door opening. He is quitting out to save the second and a half it takes for the door to open. Because if he quits out and loads back in, the door is already open for him. Now, remember earlier, people always ask me to go back to Silent Hill 3. Maybe like a few times a week, someone will ask me if I'm going back to Silent Hill 3 ever. And I always say it's a terrible run. We haven't even gotten to the part that I hate, but seeing these updates that you quit out on everything, like every bad enemy RNG, every door, this run is absolutely cooked. And again, this is nothing at the runner. He's just following the rules. But I've always been a hater of going slow to go fast. Like in Dark Souls, you quit out like all the... When in doubt, quit out. That's like a classic Dark Souls thing. It's just... It's silly.
У меня тут все прыгает. У меня 2 секунды там пропало. Минус 3, по сути, то есть... Нормально. Главное, чтобы Лео 2 секунды еще не накинул. Хотя вполне может.
Does it work? Like, does quitting out work? Oh, yeah. This is the rec. We're watching the record. So, like, these are the valid jumps. And the mouse positioning is new, too, as well. So his mouse is in the perfect position now because he paused his game earlier to spam quick. So on easy puzzles, by the way, one of the main reasons you choose easy puzzles is because this puzzle doesn't exist. You don't have to do it. The key is just there and it's open.
Я лучше подойду поближе, потому что она тут убирает. Так, мне еще копи бёзды, но я не буду война.
Grab the bag. So you don't need to actually grab the health sticks. I think he might grab them just for speed, like for the. He might grab them for replenishing his stamina after the hospital. That was a little jank though, that movement. So he is answering this call. You don't need to do this, obviously, but he is doing it. He's answering that phone call, like the happy birthday, dear Heather. He's answering that, or happy birthday, just happy birthday to you. He's answering that because it lets you get machine gun ammo.
Блин, мне надо сейчас залайнать третий этаж.
So every time he gets bad enemy luck, he just quits out. Like it's Dark Souls. Thank you, Lindsay Stars. Because in Dark Souls, that's like the classic. Classic, like, uh-oh, I'm getting bad luck, quit out. Yeah, like he got bad luck there, so he's quitting out. Not a fan of that. This is the #1. Like, he's gonna quit out here. Look at that slurper. Oh. Well, okay, so with speedrunning, normies, like people that don't speedrun, they fucking hate this shit so much. But in my experience, like a lot of the games that I speedrun, they don't do this. But just guys, just know that this is normal. Like this isn't like great. Oh my god, what? Like this is in so many games.
А что поделаешь?
Yeah, but yeah, I do find it stupid too. It is kind of cringe because it's like, oh no, bad luck, quit out. It's just wasting time. No. So it's wasting real time. It's wasting our time. Yes, real time. It is wasting real time. But in-game time freezes every time you quit out. So like, uh-oh, slurp it away. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he lost 7 seconds for quitting out, but he actually saved like 5 seconds because the in-game timer.
Я забыл про него. Я просто забыл. Я реально про него забыл.
It is silly, I know, guys. I know. It's. Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, he gets a bunch of shotgun shells too.
Я забыл.
I can tell you, I can confirm for you, I'm never on this fucking category ever, dude. I hate this shit. I hate this shit. Look at this run as we come. Look at they massacred my boy, dude.
И он меня пропустил.
They massacred my boy. This game is like the definition of go slow to go fast now. Yeah, there is a category that's no quit out. No quick save, no quick load. So this fight, what you do is you aim and spam shoot when the fight starts, okay? So this is one of the biggest potential time losses in the entire game. So you spam shoot, and then you run forward for a split second, or like he's like, does he do it? No, he just goes backwards for a split second. So like I said, you always want to be moving when you're opening up your menu. And so you want to knock Leonard down. You want to stun him with the shotgun twice. You want to hit him with the shotgun twice, and then you can aim down. Like you can hit Leonard with this as long as you're like tapping the aim down. But see, he's tapping the button. And you reload and tap it again. And then if done properly, he's dead. So that was good. That was a good fight.
Я 5 минут закупил.
Good fight, good fight, good fight.
Я с меню закупил лучше.
I mean, I could compare this to RE3OG to make it easier to understand. This would be like if you ever heard a turbo zombie in RE3OG, you just quit out and quit back in, you don't lose a single millisecond. Or quit out and go back.
Что у меня пулемет в центре остается, я забываю. Может, там просто вниз нажми и все. Забываю.
So you can hear he's using the health drinks again to replenish his stamina. So Heather has stamina outside. So in the outdoors, she has stamina. And if it runs out, you actually start to run quite a bit slower. Like she'll slow down her movement. And I can't wait till you guys see the glitch that I quit the game on. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's coming up soonish though. Yo, Frag. But no, it doesn't 10-0. I don't know the game with the most RNG in Resident Evil. I think it's maybe RE4OG. It just depends what you mean by the question, honestly. Oh, he forgot to heal. Whoa, wait. Wait, I discovered what? What was that? Oh, you mean the glitch? No. I did not discover that shit. I was long done with the game by the time they discovered that. When I ran this, there was no glitches. It was a glitchless run. You didn't do like the sewer skip or anything. So he is quitting out, I think, because he didn't pick up enough health drinks. So now he's quitting out to get his stamina back. It's revealing. Because I guess this run has reached the point. So this is what happens with speedruns. This run, I guess, reached a point where it's like, well, okay, we should quit out on the doors opening in the hospital. And then some other runner was like, well, if you're gonna quit on the doors, it makes no sense to not quit on the enemies if you get bad enemy luck, because why wouldn't you? And then it turned into like, well, if you're gonna quit on the enemies and the doors, well then if you're on a stamina, you should be allowed to quit out too. And then it probably turned into, well, whenever any runner wants to quit out, they can. And that's now we're left with this category. All right, that's good. So that guy can be pretty trolly. So this is like one of the weirdest parts in the game. You wanna, let's see what happens really quick first. That was really bad. So this key dropping is like so strange. I have practiced this room for hours and it's like dependent on where you aim your camera, but it's just like, it's so inconsistent. That key can drop real fast. Like that key can drop like, right there. The key can drop now. So this key drop is actually one of the like bigger parts of the run per se. If you're doing like attempting an optimal run, where it drops is just like, it's so weird. It's so weird. So this is another tricky part for movement. You want to position Heather in the door, just barely have her in the door, but also be in enough to connect with the button to stop the tracks. And then pre-turn. You don't have to pre-turn to get out. Okay, so he is now. There's an upcoming skip. You can skip the Borley Haunted Mansion now. Same thing as earlier, where he's gonna hang himself over the ledge and use the quick save feature and the quick load feature and aiming your gun after you load the quick load, and it's gonna skip. So if you mess this glitch up, for some reason it makes an extremely loud noise. Let's hope he doesn't mess it up. I think if you mess it up, it also like crashes the game. It only happened to me once. I was like just running the game and all of a sudden my game went like crazy loud and crashed. And I'm like, I guess that can happen. So this skips the Borley Mansion all the way to... I don't know where he's going. This is brand new. We used to just skip the mansion. He's going to fucking the carnival, dude. He's going to the merry-go-round, apparently. I don't know where he's going. Dude, tell me he goes to the end. To nowhere. Or tell me he goes... What? I'm going to assume he's going to end up in the room with the merry-go-round, but not take the merry-go-round. He's going to skip that too, probably. Yep. That is exactly what's happening. But I think he still has to do the puzzle. No, he doesn't. And he's in the merry-go-round room. And this is the glitch that made me not want to run the game ever again. Here we go. So what you need to do is you need to plant yourself in between that lamppost and the wall, and you need to get hit by that enemy at a specific angle, okay? And if you get hit by that enemy at a specific angle at a specific time, and then you hold in Alt and Enter on your keyboard, so the window for Silent Hill 3 closes and opens and closes and opens. It goes into full screen and windowed, full screen, windowed, full screen, windowed, full screen, windowed. And if you do it properly, you end up out of bounds. Here it comes. So when he gets hit, he's going to hold an Alt and Enter. Here it is. Yay, this is so fun. Woohoo! And hey, another reason why this used to break my fucking computer. It would move my chats around, it would move my fucking screen around, it would move the game around, and it just I hated this fucking oh my god, I hate this. This is like a hate watch, actually. The runner is amazing. I love the runner. Savichu is really cool. He was great in the RE9 tournament. This is nothing against Savichu at all. He's just running the category, okay? But the category existing itself is what really gets me, man. Yeah, the items in my room would start moving around, dude. My fucking nemesis would be over there. Everything. Woo. He got it, though. He got it. Epic, dude. Epic. Let's go. And now this allows you to skip the... This allows you to skip the... well, it's not done yet. You go over here and you go to the edge of this area, and then you do...
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Pogнали.
Oh, okay. This might be it. Moves the items in my fucking room. First try, not perfect.
И получается, я только на...
That was good.
Севере запорол 5 секунд и все.
And now, that's not the last skip, by the way. That's not the last skip. There's one more big one. Let's hear what he has to say. In English. In English, people.
Собака не съела ран. Я что-то туплю, правда.
Have something. Oh. Let's go. And first try here. Not perfect. Second try there. Second try. And it turns out I only screwed up 5 seconds in the north, and that's it.
It turns out I screwed up 8 to 10 seconds in the clips and that's it. Everything else is small stuff. I've wasted 3 seconds on my stupidity right.
Oh.
Now, they're going to screw up my lane with this. That's it. Well, so that the second clip works and that's it, basically. That's it. The whole game.
That's it. All right, we're done. Leave a like and a comment. Yo, Picho. Ciao, Picho. Buonasera. Oh my god, that scared me. Look at that gold split. Oh my god. Buonasera. Wait, Picho, you're here right now? You're betraying Mother. I know, I was just talking about that, dude. I hate that glitch. What's rare? All right, so he's doing the last glitch here. Oh, gold split, sorry. So this glitch, it's the same thing. It's the alt enter. That's unfortunate. So, wait. I've called him mean things too, don't worry. I gotta hear this.
Bastard, you, me up. And I can't save. I'm stupid. I just took a... Alright.
So, will I go back to Saturday? Not this category. Dude, this category sucks. Oh my god, you quit out on everything, man. I hate this category with a passion. I hate the glitches. I hate this. This sucks. Right here, coming up. Watch. It's the same as the alt enter glitch. You just do the same thing. Like, I did see the leaderboard, yeah. Dude, I can't believe they put my run in this category. Bro, my run does not deserve to be in this category. Holy shit. Wait, you're on the leaderboard? I didn't scan the names. So, let's go. Oh, cool. I'll check it after this. So, he's gonna get hit, and here comes the alt enter. Boop-a-doo. This used to break my fucking comp. You guys can imagine. I don't need to tell you. You guys can just picture your head. Oh, about me bitching and moaning every time I'm doing this glitch. There is still so much time saved in this category.
Бля, чел мне въебал дал секунду. Просто какой же абсос я, блядь. Просто на ровном месте.
So this makes it so you skip this whole segment. This whole area, skipped. He's going right to the final boss now. But the red cross in the corner, it's something that you could turn on in Silent Hill 2 and 3, that it lets the player know your health is in danger. So it lets you know you're like one tap. So now he knows he needs to heal. And this is hard. This line is hard. It's hard to get in here. It's pretty confusing. Because, like, you can't see or hear right now. There. So he knows he made it now. Because he's seen the door. Boom! Nice, dude. Oh, really, Picho? I see. And he's equipping these because you take damage during this boss fight. So this boss fight you need to heal a couple times on. God is what this boss is named. So this is easy. The hard part about this fight is God has iframes, so you need to shoot. Like, you need to position Heather almost in the center of the Skullski to do the most damage. So see, he repositioned there just slightly. You reposition slightly. Watch. Yeah, just like you need. The gun needs to be aiming at a very specific spot to get the quick kill. This boss fight kills casual runs. Dude, casual players get here and just soft lock. Like, you know how, and you know how I know this? When I was a kid, guys, I had to save at the final boss on my brother's PS2. Couldn't beat it, and I never beat it. You know why? I tried for a few days, couldn't beat this boss, and then my save got corrupted because my brother's memory card got corrupted, and I lost my save. I beat this game for the first time on stream. Here we go. This should be it.
It should be it! Если бы он меня не ударил бы, козел! 350, я
What's the hype word to say in,
сделал. Если бы его тот козел не уебал.
in Russian?
Скотина-то такая. Ладно, да ты-то ни при чем, ты нормально, зачем ты любишь?
Bravissimo! I know Italian.
Ой-ой-ой, это сколько там 30-40 можно, ну это все скипы. Это все, этот ран перебивается только, блядь, за счет скипов.
Skippy.
Не думайте это правильно.
Am I fluent in Italian? Non parlo molto bene italiano. Allora.
Охренеть, ну там и пак хороший. Ну вот единственное,
Let's see the time skis.
Минус 4 секунды
Давай.
и север бафнул.
Давай. Давай.
И я еще 3 секунды потерял за свою тупость.
So let's see the boss fights. He'll probably show them. 18. Whoa.
Да.
18 missionary, 13 Leonard. I like how if you skip Alessa, she's just straight up not on here. He skipped Alessa with a glitch. Allora. The God 59. Nice, dude. Nice, hell yeah. That was awesome, Savvy True, great run, great run. I'm sorry for this.
Просто меня миссионер в конце ударил и дал мне секунду, я поставил бы саб 30-50.
Missionary, yeah. You got trolled by missionary.
Можно, конечно, в перспективе потом перебить, поставить саб 30-50, но пока смысла не вижу. И так пойдет, и так хорошо сделано все.
I'm sorry this one wasn't as in-depth as the other deep dives, but there isn't much to say about Silent Hill 3 because, like I said, Silent Hill games are very movement-based. We watched Silent Hill 2 Remake and that there was a lot to say about that game, but just because there was like a lot of glitches and a lot of random shit. But this game is a lot, like it's a very hold-in W kind of game. But it is a really fun speedrun, don't get me wrong. I love the speedrun for Silent Hill 3. I think it's very fun to do. I don't know if it's super fun to watch, but it is very enjoyable to play. Like the movement, it's hard to explain. The movement is like very fun. Like the strafing and getting the item picks with the perfect strafe and then strafing out with the pre-turning and the strafing combination. It makes for a very, very fun run in the rooms that you're doing the strafing. It's almost like those rooms are a challenge to get it perfect with the movement and the quick turn cancel as well. Like doing all these things makes the run very fulfilling. Like when you nail one of the hard rooms, like when you nail the bread room or the hair dryer room, like those rooms that require very specific movement, it's so fun. And that's why I truly love this. And I know it's not the most fun to watch for some people, but it is very fun to grind. It was very fun to run when I ran it, and I would go back to this game again one day maybe, but just not this category. This, like all the quit outs, I really think this category has turned into trash. Savvy Chu, amazing runner, amazing run. And by the way, I know I said there was a few comments about the movement, like he made a couple movement mistakes and there's a couple things you could have done faster, but the reason that this is world record is very simple. Well, one, there's some new glitches, but two, the glitches are tough to perform. Some of them require very specific lines, like the one where he was skipping the carnival, like that requires you to, like, that requires practice. You need to get that perfect. And I practiced the nowhere skip, or like the end level skip, and even in runs I lost runs to it because I didn't know where the fuck I was going because it's so hard to maneuver yourself out of bounds. I know some people look at the out of bounds and the glitches stuff and they think like, no skill, oh, that it disqualifies you, but you just don't know what you're talking about. Some glitches in games, like when you're watching this, you're like, oh, no skill, he's going out of bounds and skipping the boss fight. The glitch is probably harder than the fight. So like doing the glitch requires more practice than some of the stuff that you would do without the glitch. So, and that's not a one-to-one for every game, but glitches have a bad reputation of like, oh, you're glitching, that means you're cheating. But a lot of games, the glitches are harder than the game. So like they are showing way more skill than you are playing the game normally by doing the glitch. The glitch is in the game, therefore it's part of the game, and it's allowed in the speedrun because the speedrun rules say so. And who are the speedrun rules made by? They're made by the runners. And you're thinking, well, they shouldn't do that, that's stupid. Who else would make the rules? Speedrunning is a very niche thing, so it's like the runners make the rules, and that's how it should be. Because there's no other solution. What, are you gonna create a government for speedrunning? like, that's it. And the last one is really hard. Yeah, that last glitch is hard. And the glitch to skip the Alessa boss fight is very tough. But overall, I really enjoyed watching that. And Savvy Chew is awesome. I don't like this category. I don't. But it is what it is. It was fun to catch up on the category, and I enjoyed watching it. I'm gonna link the run. Make sure you leave a nice comment. Do not mention me. Just leave a like, leave a comment, leave whatever else you want to leave. And that'll be epic meat sauce, okay?
Okay then, Raiders, we are back. We have got loads to go over today, as we have got the brand new trials running from August 10th through to 16th, and Mal's offers also on the table. Not only that, but it appears that Metaforge has actually spoiled out the next phase for the Phantom Targets Part 2, which is due to be coming August 18th. So this is quite a big one. It is going to include spoilers, so make sure that you are careful and make sure you're using the chapters down in the description to navigate the video safely if you don't want to see them. If you haven't already, though, make sure you're smashing that beautiful like button and subscribe with post notifications turned on. It'd be greatly appreciated. Make sure you're checking out our incredible sponsor, Instant Gaming, the platform where you can get your video games cheaper for PC and console with the best deals, offers, promotions, and discounts, all running up to 70% off on old and new games alike. And with the way that these games are dropping at the moment, it's a no-brainer. Linked in the description for that one. And if you want to get a hold of your rated tokens, well, it's very simple indeed. All you have to do is head down to the comment section and put in the emoji that will randomly show up on screen at some point during this video. And once you've done that, like and share, and it'll enter you in. With that being said, though, we've got loads to get into, so let's not mess around. Let's jump into the weird and wonderful world of Arc Raiders. So starting off, we have got quite a lot to go over, as Embark Studios has now finally released August 10th to 16th trials and Mal's offers. So we're going to break it down in accordance. The first one that we've got right here is Riven Tides, opening the containers on the beach. Quite a simple one, that's for sure, but this one will be capped at the amount of containers that you can actually get on the beach, and I'll let you into a bit of a secret. There's not a lot, so make sure that you are getting those 3 stars secured pretty damn quickly. It's kind of obvious that if the thing is already open, you can research it, but I would recommend going into those PvE lobbies for that, as PvP may well be a little bit difficult out in the open. Next up, we have got to search arc probes, couriers, and assessors. Now, this one is actually really, really simple. As long as you've got an electromagnetic storm on any map known to man, you are going to be able to get these arc probes searched very, very quickly. There are so many of them. I don't know why. It's just part of the map condition. But during the electromagnetic storm, you're going to be able to find so many of the probes and couriers pretty damn easily. Moving on from that, though, we have got damage flying arc using the Snap Blast Grenade. Now, this one is quite a difficult one, and if you want to get the maximum amount of damage, I would recommend going up against something silly, such as a Rocketeer, if you've got your angles quite well and you know how to aim that Snap Blast Grenade. If not, well, then I'd make sure that I was up high, aiming down low, and hitting as many wasps and hornets and such as you can. Again, the Rocketeer is obviously the one to go for because you can get more amount of damage off of one unit, but it is going to be quite difficult because that thing's, well, it's a Rocketeer. It's going to blast rockets at you. Nonetheless, though, we've got to move on to the next one. Looting Bear's Nests. Now, this can only be done on the Buried City, which is a very difficult one because you're waiting for the rotation for that one. And once you've got those bird nests available, you are just going to want to run around the entire city and get as many as you can. Make sure that you are at the beginning of a round for this one. You want a full 30 minutes running into this and getting sure that you've got as many of those bird's nests as possible. You will find some really cool trinkets and stuff along the way, so make sure that you've got that inventory stacked up with a looting augment to make sure that you can get as much as you can carry weight wise. And yeah, this one's going to be quite a fun one and an easy one for you guys to go ahead and grab. And finally, we've got the damage flying arc using the Hole Cracker. Now, this one is so damn simple. I would recommend going in against some difficult things. If we can manage to find the close scrutiny map, you are going to find so many flying arc. There are so many, including vaporizers and rocketeers and a load of the big dogs that are going to suck up the amount of Hole Cracker ammo that you can fire at them. Now, obviously, you've got to be careful with it, as it's going to obviously cause a bit of a problem as they do fire back. And if you are a little bit worried about doing it against those and losing your whole cracker, well, then make sure that you are going in with maybe some snitch scanners and pulling in as many wasps as you possibly can before you go through the rest of the round. But I would recommend close scrutiny because there's just so many of them. And if you can do this in a grouping, well, then you can keep each other safe by doing it that way. On top of that, we've got Ermel's offers, and this one is an intriguing one because, well, this is exactly what you guys are wanting. We've got the striker outfit, which is something that I did see on Reddit just recently, asking how you can get it and why it is that it's not available. So you can now obviously get hold of that striker outfit, and it is going to be 200k epic or legendary arc cores. Quite a simple one. It's going to take a lot of cores, that is for sure, but if you've got a hold of them and you want this skin, well, now is the time to be able to get hold of it completely free of charge. On top of that, we've got the Hole Cracker Epic Pump Action Launcher, and this one is going to be an intriguing one because you're only going to need a music box, a doodly duck, and an ion sputter, and you can pretty much get all of that from the looting birds' nests. So if you're going in for that trial, you should be able to get the duck and probably even the music box from Berry City.
Welcome.
The ion sputter, though, will come from Stella Montis, so make sure that you are taking your step very, very carefully and make sure that you've got a butt pocket to be able to stick that ion sputter in. But you should be able to get that one pretty easily. And moving on from that, we have got the padded stock blueprint. Now, as to why we've got that, I have no idea. But yeah, the padded stock is the blueprint at hand at the moment. I don't think it was really relevant to anything with regards to these trials, so they missed the mark a little bit there. But it is the one that we currently have available. You're going to need 3 of the Shredder gyros, 3 of the Bastion cells, and 3 of the Rocketeer drivers. Now, if you are going ahead and using your Hole Cracker, well, you can get the Rocketeer drivers quite quickly, as well as the Shredder gyros, because it only takes a couple of Hole Crackers to knock those out. The Bastion cells, though, going to be a little bit more difficult for those of you guys who don't go against them often, but they are still easily available. Recommend going in as a grouping for that one. Now, moving on from that, though, we have got a little bit more to go over afterwards, but we are going into spoiler territory. So if you don't want to hear about this, make sure you head down into the description right now, go to your chapters, and skip through to the next one, which is about the game being dead, or allegedly, but we've actually got some stuff to counter that. So, yeah. Thanks for those of you guys who have jumped into this far. If you leave, thanks again for watching. But let's dive into the spoilers, as data miners have actually managed to get hold of the Phantom Targets Part 2 steps coming on August 18th. And these ones seem pretty damn simple. You're going to want to head in to Celamontis for this one, I reckon, because you're going to need those ticks quite tied down. Not only that, but you are going to need quite a lot of arc pieces. And most of the things that you can get from that are going to be from the arc assessors, the arc probes, and the arc couriers. Obviously, they have a very high amount of arc gear in them, so I would recommend keeping hold of those. The final one is to deal damage to any flying arc using fireworks. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't personally use the fireworks. I never really have. Maybe I've stood on top of the spaceport tower and shot them off as a celebration round before an expedition, but that is pretty much about it. Don't really use them for anything else, but the first 2 you can pretty much prep for by getting hold of those tick pods and the rest of it from the arc gear. Moving on from that, though, we've got to talk quite massively, as this clip right here showcases that the game probably isn't dead. A lot of people are saying that the game is dead in the water, it's dying out massively, although there is a kind of argument to that. This person says that they don't care what you say, my lobbies are still full and entertaining, and I will say that there are a lot of people inside of this game still really enjoying themselves, whether that's in PvP or PvE. I do think that the PvE crowd are probably enjoying themselves a little bit more than the PvP crowd, but irrelevant to it. The player base numbers are sat at a steady 30 to 40,000 over on Steam alone, meaning that we're closing on maybe about 100,000 total players across all platforms at hand. That, for me at least, is a steady flow of players. And I think that actually the game is doing very, very well. Considering we're on that 6 monthly updates cadence, I think is pretty much having to be the case where you've got to be positive about it. I am talking to a load of creators inside of the ARC scene right now, and we are looking at doing some really cool collaborations. So make sure you stay tuned. We're going to try and keep it fun for you guys here in such a dying breed of a community. Thank you anyway. Let's dive on in to see what it is you guys had to say about our last video, where our creators ended up doing something that I just really didn't expect. And that video actually did really, really well. So a massive shout out to all of you guys and a huge thank you for those of you guys who hit it. But your top comments are as follows. Coming in from Droll512, it stays right here. I completed the first part of the personal project. The notification does not go away. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, for those of you guys who like to keep things neat and tidy, keep your notifications down and really hate that little yellow dot. well, you're in for a bit of a shocker one. Unfortunately, there's nothing changing about that one anytime soon. Hopefully, on Tuesday, we receive a patch update, even if it is just a minor one, just to remove that yellow dot. But yeah, it is stuck on there. It doesn't matter how many phases you go through, it will remain in your eye line. Moving on from that, we have got the Ginger states, yeah, I'm not coming back for ducks, laughing my ass off. Now, it is nice to see that we've got people who aren't playing the game but are still watching the content. I really appreciate all of you guys. A massive shout out to all of you that support this channel. We have really been pushing it, and we're going in for that 6K subscribers here, and I really appreciate all of you guys for watching. But yeah, I did think it was a little bit lackluster. The fact that they were just pushing duck trinkets as a way to bring people back is a really weird one. I don't quite understand it myself, but we know full well we're not getting anything substantial until October. So with that in mind, it's nice to know that they're still at least bothering with the community at this point. And finally, this one right here coming in from Flip States. I hope this game will not die. I enjoy it so much. Now, you and me both, my friend, I am playing a lot less, as you guys are pretty much knowing. You guys who follow my main channel will know that I'm playing a lot of other games, including Helldivers and many more. But my Arc Raiders time is pretty much segregated down to maybe about an hour a day at this point, and even then, maybe about 5 days a week, where I just jump in, get a few of the bits done, keep up to date on my trials, and that is pretty much about it. I think it's one of those games at the minute where if you go in there with a purpose, get your purpose done, come back out and enjoy another game, I think that that's totally okay. So yeah, go ahead, enjoy your time, just don't burn yourself out. I think that's probably half of the people's problem. Nonetheless, unfortunately, that's all we've got time for today. If you haven't already, smash that like button, subscribe, post notifications turned on. Appreciate your faces, man, but as always, up until the next time, I'll see you in the clouds.
It is.
If you only watched the first few minutes of Night of the Living Dead, you'd probably think surviving this apocalypse would be easy. The dead move slow, they trip over their own feet, half of them can barely make it up a flight of stairs. It looks like the kind of threat any group with a couple of guns could handle without breaking a sweat. And that's exactly where this movie gets you. Because this apocalypse is so much worse than it looks, not because of the dead, because of the living. In a single night, one group of people takes a house full of guns, food, and solid walls and turns it into the perfect death trap. The zombies don't surround that house, the bad decisions do. And there's one detail that makes the whole thing even crueler. The only person who actually understands how to survive is the exact person nobody in that house will listen to. By the time they finally figure out she was right the whole time, there's nothing left to do about it. That's why this isn't a movie about killing zombies. It's a movie about slowly realizing that the biggest danger was never outside those walls. It was sitting at the table with you. It starts on a quiet summer afternoon. A brother and sister driving 200 miles out to a little cemetery in rural Pennsylvania to put flowers on their mother's grave. Barbara and Johnny. She's tense, wound a little too tight, treating this whole visit like it means something sacred. He doesn't get it. He needles her, makes fun of how nervous she is, and drops that line everybody knows. They're coming to get you, Barbara. Just a big brother messing with his sister. Nothing more. And this is where the movie pulls its first trick, and it's a mean one. A man comes stumbling toward them through the graves. Old, hunched over, blood on his forehead, mumbling something. Every instinct in your body screams the same thing. That's one of them. Run. Except it isn't. It's a funeral director. Alive, hurt, terrified, trying to ask them for help. The thing that looked like a monster was just a broken down old man. And while Barbara and Johnny are busy dealing with him, the real dead man attacks from a completely different direction. No warning. 30 seconds into the story, and the movie's already laid down a rule you'd better remember. Here, the danger doesn't look like the danger, and it almost never comes from the direction you're staring at. Johnny throws himself at the thing to protect his sister, and he dies. Fast. No heroics, no swelling music, just gone. Barbara runs for the car, the old Mercedes they drove out in, and here's where the movie throws something in your face that completely changes the size of the fear. To get to her inside that car, the dead man doesn't scratch at the glass and give up. He picks up a chunk of stone off the ground and uses it to smash the window in. Stop right there. A corpse just picked up an object and improvised a tool. Slow is not the same thing as stupid. These things aren't gonna bump into a wall and wander off. They keep coming, and when they have to, they figure it out. Barbara panics, loses control of the car, and ends up on foot, alone, looking for any roof she can find. And there's an extra bit of cruelty buried in here. Seconds ago, Johnny was laughing, teasing her. They're coming to get you, Barbara. A joke to scare his jumpy sister. 1 minute later, the joke came true. Word for word, they came. They got Johnny. And the woman everybody in the theater just watched get painted as fragile and hysterical and too scared of everything is the only one still standing to run. That fear of hers that looked like paranoia, that was just her feeling before anybody else did. That this place was already wrong. She finds a farmhouse that looks abandoned, goes inside looking for safety, and the house isn't empty. There are dead things already in there. The shelter comes pre-contaminated. Barbara barely escaped one graveyard and dropped straight into another. Surrounded, no weapon, no plan, night coming down. There's no clean place to run to in this movie. The world outside got bad way too fast for her, and she doesn't even get to breathe. One of the dead things in the house comes straight for her, and Barbara, unarmed and on her own, has to improvise just to make it through her first few minutes inside. Watch that closely. The woman everyone assumed would freeze up is already fighting. Nobody's noticed yet, but the whole movie just quietly flipped right here. This is the moment Ben shows me. He comes through the door with a crowbar in his hand, saying those things are everywhere. He'd been running from another town, watched the chaos spreading down the roads, and pulled into this farmhouse for the exact same reason Barbara did. He needed walls. The first thing the two of them do together is clear the dead out of the house and start locking the place down. And let's give Ben his due, because he earns it. He's capable, brave, practical, the guy you want next to you when everything falls apart. But being capable is not the same thing as being right. Ben nails almost everything on the physical side, boarding up, securing, defending, and he blows the one thing that mattered most. He shuts the door on Barbara's idea without giving it half a second of thought. The most competent man in that house is also one of the two guys who synced the only plan that would have worked. Now here's the biggest change in this version, the thing that turns the whole story inside out. Barbara doesn't fall apart. She's shaken, sure, anybody would be, but she pulls it together fast fast, and she starts doing the one thing nobody else in that house is doing. She watches the enemy calmly start with the house. Ben turns the place into a homemade fortress. Furniture, doors, boards, nails, everything hammered across every window. Short term, it looks like the smart move. And this is where the movie sets its first survival trap. Boarding up doesn't fix anything, it just buys time. And there's a hidden cost in it almost nobody clocks. Noise, the hammer, the boards, the furniture dragged across the floor, all of it echoes out into a dead, quiet Pennsylvania night. And sound draws them in. Every single nail Ben drives calls one more corpse into the yard. You see what's actually happening here? They're not building a shelter, they're building their own trap. There is no safe house in this movie.
They're
There's
building a
only the
casket.
house that hasn't fallen yet. And you can watch it happen through the gaps in the boards. Every time somebody looks outside, there's one more face in the yard, then two more, then a whole handful. The lawn that was empty when Barbara got there fills up slow in silence like a tide coming in. Nobody has to break anything down yet. Those dead only need to do the one thing they're actually good at: pile up and wait. While the living burn through energy and ammo and nerves, the crowd outside just keeps growing for free. No rush. In a contest between the side that gets tired and the side that never does, you already know who wins. Time in this movie was never on the inside of that house. There's a detail inside the house almost everybody misses, and it's the movie teaching its most important lesson without saying a word. Upstairs, there are two bodies. One of them gets up, comes back as a corpse, and Barbara has to deal with it the hard way. The other one never moves again. The difference between the two, the one that stayed dead had taken a shot to the head. The one that came back didn't. The whole house is a silent lesson. The only thing that stops these things is destroying the brain. The group has that information right in front of their eyes before the radio ever confirms it. And like almost everything else that night, it's information that shows up faster than their ability to actually use it. And the math of that siege is brutal. On one side, a handful of people, a rifle, a shotgun, counted bullets, and a house that's a fixed size. On the other side, a number of dead that only climbs all night long. Ammo runs out, people get tired, walls give, the enemy doesn't. In that kind of fight, the group loses every time unless they do one of two things: get out early or have help on the way. And both of those were already slipping through their fingers. While the men hammer, Barbara looks outside and sees a way out that nobody else had the calm to notice. Something so simple that when she finally says it out loud in the next stretch, both men in that house make a point of not hearing her. Because the house had people hiding underneath it the whole time. Down in the cellar were the Coopers, Harry, an arrogant, stubborn man in a suit for reasons the movie never bothers to explain. His wife, Helen, and their daughter, Sarah, a little girl who'd already been bitten by one of those things and was down in a corner of the basement, sick and getting worse. With them, a young couple, Tom and Judy Rose. When these people come up, the argument that is the actual heart of this movie kicks off, except this time the fight has three sides, not two. On one side, Ben, he wants to defend the main floor. Decent argument. Up here you've got windows, you've got doors, you've got ways to run. The cellar, to him, is a rat trap. If that one door goes, it's over, no second option. On the other side, Harry. He wants the exact opposite. Everybody locked in the basement, waiting for the police, the National Guard, anybody to show up. He's got a point too. One single door is a whole lot easier to defend than a house full of windows. And then there's the third side, Barbara. She listens to the two of them scream at each other, looks out the window at the dead tripping around in the yard, and says something so obvious that nobody can even hear it. They're too slow. You could walk right out through the middle of them. You wouldn't even have to run. Pause the movie right here, because she just solved it. These things can barely keep their balance. A calm person walks through them like stepping around parked shopping carts in a lot. The way out was never upstairs, and it was never the basement. It was the front door on foot while there was still time. And here's the line that sums up the whole tragedy. The one person with the right plan was the one person that House had already decided not to listen to. Against a slow enemy, movement is life, and walls are a coffin. That's the answer to the question that haunts this whole movie. Why did an armed group inside a house never actually have a chance? It wasn't a shortage of bullets. They had a rifle, a shotgun, fire, muscle, and they had the right plan handed to them for free, straight out of Barbara's mouth. What they were missing was the only thing that matters in a siege: acting as one. Ben wants upstairs, Harry wants the basement, and both of them would rather be right than be alive. The house splits down the middle. The Coopers go back down, everybody else stays stays up top, and the idea that would have saved all 7 of them gets drowned out by the yellow. In a siege, a plan is worth more than a bullet, and 3 plans fighting each other is the same as no plan at all. It turns into paralysis, and paralysis, with the crowd outside getting bigger by the minute, is just a slower way of choosing to die. Here's the part that really stinks. The 2 plans that won the argument were the 2 plans that ended in a coffin. Ben's gets you killed upstairs when a window finally caves. Harry's gets you killed downstairs when that cellar door gets torn open and there's nowhere left to run. The only plan that didn't dead end in a grave was Barbara's, and it was the very first one thrown in the trash. That group didn't choose between living and dying. They chose between 2 different ways to die, and they called it common sense. While they argue, the world outside starts revealing itself through the radio and the TV. And what comes through those broadcasts is worse than anybody in that house imagined. First comes the vague version, a wave of attacks across the entire eastern part of the country. Sit with that word for a second. Eastern. Not the house, not the town. A whole region going down at the same time. Like, what does that change? It changes everything. If the world's collapsing everywhere at once, then nobody has people to spare to come rescue 7 strangers stranded out in the sticks. Help isn't coming because help is surrounded too. If you've ever watched an American disaster play out in real time, you already know this feeling in your bones. Think about the people stuck on their rooftops during Katrina, waving at helicopters, waiting on a government that was completely underwater itself. The rescue you're counting on only exists if somebody somewhere still has the manpower to send it. And in this movie, nobody does. Then comes the part that's even scarier. The silence about the cause. Nobody can explain where this came from. The experts don't know, the authorities don't know, and when the people who are supposed to have the answers show up on TV with nothing, that broadcast is really only saying one thing to anybody locked inside a house: you're on your own, figure it out. And there's something those 7 people don't even begin to grasp because they're too busy fighting over a basement. This stopped being a monster in a house story a while ago. This is the end of a world. While they argue about who's in charge of the living room, entire cities are going dark. Every corpse that shows up in the yard isn't a random piece of bad luck. It's one drop of a flood that's already swallowed the country. Their house isn't the center of the story. It's a dot on a map that's turning all the way red, and nobody's coming to save them because there's nobody left to come. And that quietly kills Harry's whole plan without a single person in the room noticing. Remember what his idea was? Seal everybody in the basement and wait for the authorities to arrive. It's the oldest American disaster instinct there is. Hunker down, lock the door, wait for order to come back on its own. It's the same logic behind every prepper who spent years building a bunker for exactly this moment. Except the broadcasts just told everybody that the authorities are drowning, that the whole country is going under, and that fast help isn't coming to anyone, anywhere. Harry's plan depended on a rescue the TV just finished disproving. He was betting all 7 lives on a cavalry that didn't exist, and he didn't even notice the news had just buried his strategy. And there's a cruel pattern to these broadcasts. The information that saves you always shows up late. They explain how to kill these things, aim for the head when half the night's already gone. They talk about rescue centers when the group is already too surrounded to reach them. The right answer exists. It just always arrives one step after the moment it would help. And a late answer under pressure turns into a desperate decision, which is almost always the wrong one. It's with the house fully surrounded that Ben puts together the plan that looks like the perfect way out. He's got a truck, fuel it up, everybody piles in, and they're gone. Simple, logical. There's even a gas pump close by. But every plan has fine print, and this one's got a lot of it. The tank's nearly empty, the pump's locked. To fuel up, somebody has to leave the house in the dark, surrounded, get up to that pump, get it open, fill up, and get back. Everything working on the first try, with people shaking out of their skin who've never done anything like this in their lives. They find a set of keys on the body of the farm's old owner and gamble that one of them fits the pump. They grab a rifle, climb into the truck, and go for it. Hold on to that set of keys. It comes back in a way that hurts. Ben goes, Tom goes. And Judy Rose, who spent most of the movie terrified out of her mind, volunteers to help and goes with them. The 3 of them head up the hill toward the pump while the dead drag themselves along behind. There's a bitter irony in Judy Rose going. The whole movie, she's the fragile one, the one who just screams, the one who seems like she's in the way. And it's at the exact moment of maximum danger that she finds the nerve.
What a piece of shit you are. There we go, I said it. Wow. You're trash. Die already. You're a fine piece of shit.
Profamizi.
Hello, Mr.
Welcome
Eric.
to my channel.
Hello. Good day. 60%. It's pretty good.
Acceptable.
How is your day? Not bad. I mean, this thing is not bad. Sorry. Sorry for commercials again. Damn. I don't know. Looks same. Looks same to me. Kinda looks the same. Never mind. Hello. Okay, okay, sure. How much money? 30 million. That's a lot of money. Oh! I did think it was gonna be one and done. Yes. Correct. That's so-called real crazy. You best. Just asocial. There you go. I coined it. Because that's a word in my language. Asocial. When you're not like really for company. Or what my good friend would have said, you are not for you are not for crowd. Let's see. You played 2 days ago. Interesting. Let me just do one trial. One trial. You know? Well, this shitty game with
Nerve to
stupid.
step up. She grows a spine at the worst possible time, and the movie answers that courage in the cruelest way it can. It kills her. That's a hard rule in the story, and it repeats over and over. Every single time somebody steps forward on their own, the step charges a price, and then it starts going wrong, one mistake at a time. Like first, Ben falls off the back of the truck, gets left behind, cut off from the group, stuck fending for himself against the dead. It was supposed to be 2 people covering the run. Now it's 1, second, and worse. When they reach the pump, the keys they brought, the ones off the farm's owner, don't open it. Wrong keys. All that risk, that whole trip out into the dark, and the lock won't open. Tom loses it. Time's running out. The dead are closing in. Endgame makes the call anybody would make in the camp. He raises the rifle and shoots the lock to blow it open. Now pay attention. This is fast and it's merciless. The shot makes the fuel spray. The fuel finds fire, a burning scrap of wood in the truck, and everything goes up in a ball of flame. The truck catches, the fire chases them, and there's no time for anything. The pump and the truck blow together. Tom and Judy Rose die right there instantly. Let that one breathe, because the movie wants you to. Seconds earlier, that couple was the most hopeful thing left in the story. 2 kids willing to risk their own lives for the group, and they're gone in an explosion because of a key that didn't fit and a plan that never should have left the basement. And there's a second loss hidden inside that one, and it might be worse. That truck wasn't just a truck. It was the only way out of that night. The only way for everyone to escape. When it blows, it's not just Tom and Judy who die. The entire escape plan dies with them. From this second on, the group stops being surrounded and starts being trapped. No vehicle, no way out, no time. Just the house, the dead, and the night closing. That's the point of no return. Up until that explosion, there was still a plan. Still owed direction to run after it. All that's left is the house and a countdown. When that truck turns into fire, it's not just metal burning, it's the group's last chance going up in smoke right in front of everybody, and nobody there has the guts yet to say it out loud. And look at the chain of mistakes in that sequence, because this is exactly how death works in these movies. No single error was fatal or by itself. Ben falls off the truck. Fewer hands. The key doesn't fit. Tom improvises. The improvising is a gunshot next to fuel. The whole thing explodes. Any one of those slips on its own, you could have walked back from. Stacked on top of each other in seconds in the dark, surrounded, they turned into 2 dead people. It wasn't one big piece of bad luck. It was a line of small mistakes, each one shoving the next one forward, exactly the way it always goes when unprepared people try to do something hard while panicking. Ben, who fell off the truck, survives and comes staggering back to the house. And he comes back to a place that isn't a group anymore. It's a pile of terrified people, every one of them out for themselves, about to do the one last thing they needed to do to seal everybody's fate. And that key, the one to the pump, is going to turn up again at the worst possible moment. proving that none of this ever had to happen. Because while Ben was fighting for his life outside, the house was falling apart from the inside. It starts in the cellar with the most painful thing in the movie. Sarah, the Cooper's daughter, the one who'd been bitten, doesn't make it. She dies down there in the dark next to her mother, and she comes back. Already one of the dead, she goes straight for Helen, her own mom. And here's the detail that cuts. Helen doesn't defend herself. She sees her little girl coming, the child she raised, and she just lets it happen. Doesn't raise a hand. She'd rather be bitten by her own daughter than hurt whatever's left of her. It's one of the heaviest things this whole genre has ever put on screen, and it happens almost in silence. Sarah heads up the stairs, and the chaos takes the whole house. Harry, who by this point has already ripped the gun out of Barbara's hands, tries to protect his dead daughter. On the other side, Ben and Barbara are trying to protect themselves from Sarah. And the two sides, guns pointed in opposite directions, square on. A gunfight breaks out inside the house, between the living, while the dead shove against the barricades outside. So it's still dark. The house didn't fall because the dead broke. The house fell because the living pointed guns at each other. At the exact moment they needed to be together most, with the enemy leaning on the windows, they spent bullets and strength and blood shooting each other. The siege outside never even had to win. The group beat itself from the inside, exactly the way it had been threatening to do since the very first argument. And this is where I want to stop and say something, because there's a very American fantasy sitting right under this scene. The whole idea that if things ever go sideways, you'll be fine because you've got a gun. That house wasn't unarmed, far from it. A hunting rifle, a shotgun, a pistol, concealed carry country levels of firepower for 7 people. And the guns are precisely what killed them. Because in a siege, when the fear gets high enough and the group stops trusting itself, the guns don't stay pointed outward, they turn inward. Every weapon in that house ended up doing the dead's work for them. When the dust settles, the damage is done. Ben and Harry both come out of it badly wounded, each shot by the other. It's Barbara who puts Sarah down for good. Harry, bleeding, drags himself up to the attic to hide, and Ben, also shot bleeding out, goes down into the cellar. Down there, he finds Helen, who's already come back as one of the dead, and he's forced to shoot her too. And it's in that cellar, bleeding to death, that Ben makes the cruelest discovery in the entire movie. He finds the key to the gas pump, the right key. It was down there, in the basement, the whole time, from the beginning. While Tom and Judy were dying up on that hill over a key that didn't fit, the key that would have opened the pump was sitting a few feet away, tucked in the same cellar the Coopers hid in all night long. Ben looks at that key, and he laughs, an empty laugh. No humor in it at all. The laugh of a man who understood too late that those deaths didn't have to happen. That the plan failed over one detail that was inside the house the whole time. That the group had both things it needed to win at the same time, the right plan in Barbara's mouth and the right key in the basement, and still managed to lose everything because it was never able to act as one. That's the entire thesis of the movie packed into a single object, a key. Outside, the enemy was slow and dumb. Inside was everything they needed to survive, the right plan and the right tool. And they lost anyway, because everybody was too busy fighting or hiding or bossing each other around to notice what was under their own nose. The dead never had to get clever. They just had to wait for the living to fail on their own. And while Ben laughs alone in the dark, Barbara does the one sane thing anybody's done all night. She takes the idea she's been pushing since the start, and she finally does it. Walks out of the house, on foot, alone, straight into the middle of the slow dead, weaving around them one by one, exactly like she said she could. The house that was supposed to protect everyone killed everyone, and the exit nobody wanted to hear saves the only person brave enough to use it. And this is where the movie hurts differently than the rest of the film. What sticks with you isn't the fear of dying, it's the certainty that they didn't have to. That group had the door, had Barbara's plan, had the key in the basement, had the whole night to choose differently. No zombie forced them to tear each other apart. They did that themselves, one bad call after another, and every single one felt like the reasonable choice in the moment. That's the part that gets old. None of those decisions were crazy. They were decisions any one of us might have made standing in that same spot. Outside, Barbara finds out she was right the whole time. The dead are so slow that she crosses the night on foot, walking between them, ducking around them, surviving. The plan everyone laughed at works perfectly, and she finds help, sort of, because the people out clearing the fields aren't exactly a rescue. It's a pack of armed hunters, a backwoods posse sweeping the countryside and dropping corpse after corpse. Come morning, there's press, there's the sheriff, townsfolk, the whole circus. Looks like civilization coming back. But get close enough to watch what these men are actually doing with the dead they catch, and it curdles. They're not just killing them, they're playing, stringing corpses up, hanging them from hooks, making bets, treating it like sport. And if you've ever spent time in a rural county, come deer season, you know exactly what this looks like. A body strung up like game to be dressed, grown men grinning about it, having the time of their lives. Barbara looks at that scene and she finally understands what this movie's been saying all night. She says the line that ties the whole thing together. They're us, we're them, and they're us. There's no line left separating the living from the dead. The cruelty runs on both sides. The dead kill on instinct. The living kill for fun. And for Barbara, who spent the entire night watching the living and the dead's work, murdering each other for free.
Let's go to the Port Authority building.
This is Shani. If you spot one of the surveyors, try to stun it before you engage. They're said to be full of rare art tech, so we might both come out of this ahead.
Hey, Raider!
Hello. Hello. Allah كفرت.
Howdy! Hello?
Hello. Hello, man. Hello.
team up?
Hello. Anybody else doing trial? Last day of the trial? Hello. Hello. Amazing.
Hello. Howdy.
Hello.
Hey. Howdy.
There is one crate on the roof. If anybody's looking for travel points. Roof. No, it's just one crate. Hola. If anybody needs revive, just tell me. I found one revive. There. Boy, there sure is a lot of shotgun ammo. Hmm.
Let's head home at the salt-swept hatch.
Here comes the tricky part. Get out alive. No time for a goodbye, she said. As she faded away, don't hide your mistakes, 'cause they find you, burn you. Then he said, if you make it out alive, hold on, run for your life. If you wanna get out alive, hold on, run for your life. This is my last time, he said, as he faded away. Don't hide your mistakes, 'cause they find burn you. Then he said, if you don't make it out alive, hold on, run for your life. If you wanna get out alive, hold on, run for your life. God damn. Not very well made, I'd say. Anyway, it was 11k. Little cracks they escalated before we knew it was making circles and telling lies, lies, lies. When will you learn? I think it's time to get up and figure out what's stopping us. Breathe talking straight, the way it's clear, you already know, the fallen tears are slowing down. Yeah, I'm a cheap son of a bitch. Cheap ass son of a bitch. You don't say I get promoted. Damn, son. Where do we carry this? I forget. Maybe on Stella. It's already too expensive, by my opinion. Cock-a-doodle fucking do.
It can be hard to hear the tremors
Space
over. Grid's still dark. It can be hard to hear. Have you checked out that grid still dark? Have you checked out grid still dark? Have you checked out that collapsed highway? Surveyors are full of rare art
Shut
tech.
up.
So we might both come.
People shouted
Space
on
for
those
them,
camps back
battleground,
then.
then
He's the
battleground, then
outpost. So
battleground.
don't forget about Stellamontis.
Stellamontis.
You know, that place isn't going to investigate itself.
Flow controller. Now, how does that fucking looks like? Yeah, that's fine. So do the homeless man tactic again. Breathing easy and talking straight.
It can be hard to hear the tremors over all the...
Ready for the marathon. As always. Thanks. Oh, yes. But.
Let's go to the warehouse.
Hey there. Howdy.
Hello.
Hello? Howdy! Hey!
Hello, hello.
Down there. Down there. Bastion, down there.
Hello, Raider!
Hello, hello. Anybody here? Oh, the stranger. I guess that works too. That works too, man. Nice. Oh no, you won't, you son of a bitch. Boom kaboom. How much do you need? Do you want like half of this? I don't know.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. It's fine.
Mostly for upgrades.
Only need one, so that's good.
Do you want Survival? Little ball?
Sorry?
Survival. Pokeball.
Ah, so,
Hey, yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for help. Hello, look, a random guy. Hey, before you shoot me in the back, you do the rope. That's you. No, okay. Ring.
Head home in the east elevator.
Did not bring a key, didn't I not? Yeah, I didn't. Hello. Mind if I exit?
Howdy.
Thanks. Thanks.
Hello. Meh.
Hello. Wanna play Helldivers? Hangout. It's not like needed. I guess chit chat.
Yes, but can you give me minutes?
It's fine. It's fine. Wants to live forever. Wants to live forever.
Mali ovdje?
Nema. Šta ima?
Memorijska kartica.
Što ti to mene pitaš? Što će to čalit? Objasnim. Mislim da ovaj treba da bude ovdje, ali ja mislim da ovdje ovaj slot nemaš ništa.
Nema, jel?
Vidiš? Jel vidiš? Jel vidiš? Jel vidiš?
Aha.
Nema.
A nema nje.
A šta ima? Nema ništa.
A kako onda može da snimi ono?
Nema,
Ona
šta
je...
može da snimi?
Ovdje mu je bilo snimljeno ono, muzika ono.
Možda u internu memoriju. To... ne znam.
Pa to mi interesuje.
To je Jana bila prebacila na melodiju, tako nešto.
A kako to treba?
Ne znam, stvarno.
Znači nema memorijska.
Pa ja da vidim nema, možda ne vidim dobro. Most of these passives are like I play the whole fucking like seasonal rotation without any perk for stamina, and it doesn't affect you much. The only thing that does affect you is 3 deep breaths, which is basically like a hand showdown like variation, the one that gives you like a reduced cooldown, like when your stamina starts regening, which doesn't state very clearly, but I kind of understand it after watching a couple of things. That's kind of super important. The other stuff is less than relevant. Would say relevant, but no. The game is now 64-bit. It renders in DX11. The game size is reduced 32 gigabytes. Faster load times. Yeah, let me. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm here.
Hello. This might be game for you. I'm not sure. It's a bit old, but it's the payday. Payday 2.
Yeah, I've seen you play it. You walked out with 40 bodies.
Yes, and a bunch of gold and a couple of bags of money.
And literally nobody on that street. Nobody was there. The whole town. Just...
No, they were like, it's a peaceful bank in a small rural part of town. It's too hot. So it's look, it's so hot in my town today. Look, it's super hot. Like no sane person other than like people that really have to go would go outside. Like it's the same in your town, I'm gonna say, unless you're driving like a car. Okay, lack of the car, like you're crossing the street with a sleeping bag. I'm gonna say the other bag, the sleeping bag. You're crossing the street, looking no suspicious.
We are about to go into a heat wave. This is gonna suck.
Really? Oh no, we are already less
cooling off a little here. I mean, our cool off here is probably still very hot for you.
It's something along the line. It's about humidity of the air. If the humidity is wrong, that you're gonna feel the heat.
Yeah. Well, later in the week it's gonna be 98 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that
What is that?
Let me look. I'll look at it. 98. It is 36 degrees Celsius.
That's a normal body temperature, by the way. It's still too hot. It's still too hot.
But it's not the temperature I want it to be outside of my body.
But when they say like 90 something Fahrenheit or like 36 Celsius, it's like the temperature they measured in shade, which is absurd. Like, why would you tell that to the people? Like, who bothers with the temps in the shade? I would be like in a deep shade in a house, between like a. So how cold are wooden houses? That's my question.
I have no idea.
What, you live in like a brick house? No offense.
I do, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I read something along the line. Chinese people, they figure out the new method of using like a concrete to build like cheaper houses, and it says, well, they're not gonna break through in American, US house department. We probably did the same thing.
Well,
both of us.
I mean, China, their housing market crashed.
Really?
Yeah, in like 2000. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why their economy hit a snag. Like, it was a huge government, partially government-funded scheme. It was basically a Ponzi scheme. They were using new investment to pay for older construction and weren't succeeding in selling the houses and making money off of them. And eventually it just caught up with them. But, 1 second, and I'll salute you.
Okay, sure.
I'd be really suspicious of a concrete house anyway.
It's not even a concrete house. It's like a 3D printed house. So they're using like something like Lego blocks to put like
I was watching something about that the other day.
to put like a foundation, and then you pour the concrete inside the foundations, and it like kind of hardens, and it's kind of cheaper to make, but it sucks to do anything after building it. Like you cannot like easily remodel it, because you have to fucking destroy the concrete instead of bricks or a wood.
Yeah.
Like making a door or a window inside like a brick wall or inside a wooden wall, it's not that big of a deal. But making a door or a window inside a
break the whole fucking wall down.
Yeah, because the fucking concrete doesn't work like that. It's not gonna play nice. Oh. I watched like a funny like a YouTube creator that played hilarious, and he's talking with his like friends, and they were like, oh, how efficient is the TCS 2.0, the gas for bugs? And he's like, oh, no, it's super efficient, like, why would you say it like that? And he's like, oh, I'm just saying, And as soon as they got on the board, they got the message from high command, report to the correctional officer if you spot somebody like saying, treacherous thoughts and, stuff like that. And the guy says like, oh, looks like we're busted. Literally, as soon as they got from the Pelican, like there was one like 1 minute. So something along the line, the devs are watching. Of course, cock and ball. So my ass got balls get squashed while playing against the what's it called, the Spore Burst.
Oh god! I hope this isn't Spore Burst.
I don't remember, but I brought
we'll find out.
The flamer just in case. Just in case stuff got, Oh look.
Doesn't look like it.
Too early to tell. Unless.
Alright, well. Let's get this party started. Where's the fucking console?
That's what I was asking.
Console's online.
So where do we go now? Which one do you wanna go for?
It doesn't matter. I was gonna do the one that I think.
No. Together. Because they will always attack the side that's not defended, and the tower is...
No, I wasn't suggesting I do it by myself.
No. First time I played this, people like split, and we couldn't do jack shit about it, Because...
Yeah, terrible idea.
If the tower is a little bit smaller, maybe, but it's kind of wide, they're always gonna attack the side that's not covered by the sentry, or you.
Yeah, I mean, I bring 3 sentries in, but listen, your point's still viable. Like, I still don't think at this level of difficulty you could reasonably do it.
No.
Yourself. I think your turrets would get overwhelmed. Now, where is the damn console?
Always close by.
I've never actually stopped and looked at that thing raising.
Oh, yeah, take a look at it. It's pretty. How can I say? They have really like eye for detail, and everybody gives them shit because a lot of the modeling, you know, and the stuff, it's not done by them. It's paid work done by the other, you know, teams. But you know what? I don't care. As long as it's a quality job, I don't care if the job is done, you know, by the people from Sweden or by the, you know, independent studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, people get
I'm
like.
glad that they're giving independent studios work, man. Like, especially independent studios who clearly know what they're doing.
Yeah, they so far. I think if all the, you know, the new stuff, new urban stuff they added in game is like done by the, you know, the higher up companies. By the way, the machine gun shot me twice. Shot me once, spin 180, shot me second time. This is not an accident, I tell you.
No, it's not. So how's your week been? Oh, sorry.
I have yet to work tonight, and then I'm off the cook for like 36 hours. Oh, it's good.
Nice. Maybe we can watch that movie in the next few days. Go back to work this week.
Tomorrow or day after tomorrow, whatever fancy you.
Probably tomorrow.
Okay.
For tomorrow. Because, like I said, I go back to work towards the end of this week, and I'm kind of glad about that.
You're grateful there is work to go back to?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just tired of wondering where the fucking, because I've been on unemployment, and I won't lie, it's been one of the most stressful fucking experiences. Because honestly, they're incompetent, their website is incompetent. I'm thinking about drafting a letter to my congressman. So what the fuck would
You gonna draft in army?
Draft, I wish. No,
Listen. You could be like the guy that pushed the buttons in like a radar station. You could be guiding the missiles or something like that. But could you morally do that?
Maybe, I don't know. I kind of try not to judge whether or not I'll do something unless I've been in a similar situation, because I kind of feel like, I mean, humans are amazing rationalization machines. And so, like, I don't know what I would tell myself, right? Like, maybe I would be convincing and say, no, I need to do this for X, Y, and Z. You know, I mean, like, I think if certain things were at risk, I would do it.
It's not like.
Did that answer your question? Or?
Yes and no. Like, okay. I'm not like even like judging you or like saying anything against you. It's just like me asking myself also if there was no other work to be done other than, you know, me being like a hired goon.
I see the situation you're saying.
Really? Let me see.
Okay, you're saying would I take it as a job?
Yes.
If there was no other work to be done. Well, motherfuckers gotta eat. So, probably.
I see.
Marx called it the dull compulsion of economic relations. It's how your boss gets you to do things you wouldn't otherwise do. Unless you're, you know, not poor, right? Like, you've got savings, you can afford to tell your boss to go fuck himself. You know, obviously the dull compulsion of economic relations doesn't apply to you. You know, you gotta eat. You gotta eat. Not everybody's lucky enough or capable of having savings.
To have a moral high ground. Is that like a good way to say that?
No, I don't. I mean, well, yes. I think we're saying two different things, but I think we're both right. I'm saying not everybody's lucky enough to have the financial flexibility to tell their boss to fuck off.
Oh.
You're saying not everybody has the, you know, I think what you might be saying is that
let's
morality is a luxury of the fucking
rich.
Yes.
Or wealthy. They don't have to be rich.
Yes.
Wealthy.
It's like I used to say in my class, like, you know, communism is, you know, theory, Marxist theory and stuff is very popular sometimes in academic circles over here. And like they're all sitting there and they're judging people for like destroying the environment while they sit on their iPads, and I'm like, you motherfuckers ain't never been hungry, right? Like you guys don't know what it's like.
Yeah.
To like actually have to go to work and watch your taxes get eaten to your paycheck and stuff. So, anyway, but yeah. So would you take the job, or is that already your job?
Military?
Yeah, I mean, you were in the military.
Fun thing. Yeah, I was like that's like a regular like thing.
But you guys have compulsory service, don't you? Like 2 years.
So my grandpa used to be in like army man for like 18 months. No, wait, how was it? The Navy gets to serve for like 50% longer. I don't know why, but apparently that was the thing back then. I was 8 months, you know, service. And it's usually, it's like a, you know, like peacetime service, you know. We will guard, you know, the warehouses that, you know, hold like a military rations and, you know, the supplies, the fucking tents, clothing, spare rifles or ammo. I can say that. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
I'm not like, oh, we're gonna arrest me or they're gonna like send me to like a black site. No, that's like stuff that most of the armies have in their warehouses. So we used to, yeah, like, or like guard the trucks so people don't, you know, steal the spare parts. So, you know, they don't steal the, who the fuck would steal a military vehicle? It makes no sense. The only guy that would steal a military vehicle is like a military personnel. It's nonsense.
Yeah, who are you gonna sell the content?
Yeah, well, I guess you could kind of like salvage like a military truck, which is like a super heavy duty, for like an engine or like it's more a hustle than it's like a money. That's my opinion.
I think you're probably right.
So it's more like a discipline thing.
A lot of heat.
Yeah, so they could like literally leave those vehicles lying around and just like put a lock on the, you know, the, what's it called, the reservoir with like gas so people don't steal the gas, and that's it. Nobody's gonna steal a military truck. Other than, I guess, a terrorist or whatever. But that's completely different. Wait, what shot you? The rocket one?
I think my turret did.
So it failed to assassinate us. Nice, good to know.
It tried.
He tried really hard.
This mission is a lot faster than you got.
That are, yeah, that's kinda, yeah, with cock and ball.
Cock and balls, cock and balls.
No, don't go there. So there is a button here apparently. Is it? It should be. It kinda look glorious when you turn that thing on. Too bad it works. Correctional officer, I swear it works. So yeah, people were like, why is it not killing bugs, you know, as it sprays? You know, you would see like a bug down and they would still be hopping around and, you know, trying to kill you. Is it like pepper spraying bugs just make them annoyed a bit?
You're asking way too many questions.
Yeah, maybe I should report to Freedom Camp.
If you keep asking questions.
You want to send me to Freedom Camp?
Yeah, 'cause I'm using this useless mini nuke.
Oh, it's not. As I said, it's mostly for trolling. Damn! I ran away before the super command said, like, why would you throw orbital on our tower?
Which is impervious to damage.
Apparently it is, but somehow bugs are destroying it.
Very impressive.
Yes, super Earth engineering at finest. Apparently the Maniac Cup was really a hit back then. I didn't get to watch it. It's called Maniac Cup.
Never heard of that.
Why do I know of it? Well, the Bruce Campbell is in the first one, and the Sam Raimi is how do you call it? Easter egg, uncredited. You know, like Easter egg. He's like a reporter that goes for like 5 to 10 seconds. He's like reporting something, and apparently they caught both of them on like St. Patrick Parade, and that's when they hired like a Campbell, and he got like, so he's like. The funny thing about that, the Bruce Campbell is unlikely protagonist. It's kind of good trope in a movie, like when you're a guy, you think that it's a main guy in a movie, he dies somehow, and you're left out with the, you know, secondary protagonist. Which I started to appreciate after Expedition 33 more. It's pretty well done. And I'm not gonna say anything more if you decide to play that game.
I want to play Expedition 33 at some point. I'm just kind of waiting for it to go on sale. And for me to get through the massive backlog of games that I have.
That's the only thing what you're waiting for?
Yeah,
really?
Probably. I mean...
Oh look, it's on a sale.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it is.
I didn't know. Okay, well...
So listen.
Actually, this doesn't look that bad with this body armor. I mean, I shouldn't say that I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it to go on more sale.
Ah, yes, more sale. Of course.
But it's okay.
Of course.
But it's okay.
Listen.
It's a beautiful fucking game, dude.
It's
like,
fine.
I look forward to it.
So, I'm not gonna take no for an answer, and this is your like.
Oh, dude, you can't do that, man.
Yeah, well, I can, because I played the game and I think you like it. You're not pressured to play it. There you go. You're not pressured to play it.
I know. But
now you have it.
That's not the point.
Now you have it. You don't know me. No, it's fine. Just forget about it. What's the point of being rich if you're hogging all the wealth for yourself?
Yeah, but you're not rich.
I am.
I actually don't know you.
I am.
Know you, bro. I know you could be.
I am rich for myself, and being rich in the eyes of the other people is just an optic, which I don't care about. You know. Actually, I prefer more for people to think that I'm like a, you know, dirt poor. Not you. You know, the other people that, you know, do know how. I am like a really. I'm like a Scrooge, you know. I would. A
Scrooge?
A Scrooge, like save money, like for like a really long, extended period of time, and then I would go like on a shopping spree. Is that a good idea? I don't know, but it kind of evens out. I would randomly buy like a jacket or a boots or like let's see, leather sandals for like $30, just because I went in a store and I liked it. I tried it. It's my size, and I'm just paid. I wouldn't go to other store, you know, to check for the price and see, oh, maybe they got the better one, or maybe, you know, stuff. No. If I had the money, I would just buy it. I wouldn't haggle. That's actually how I bought the GPU, you know, graphic card. I just asked the guy, does he have like any good? And he goes like, oh, I have one for like, was it $500, $600? And I like instantly wired him the money, and I got it in like a week. It's pretty good. As a matter of fact, let me just check. Yeah, I think I still use it. Did I throw you off? I think I did.
Oh no, you can't hear me. I was muted. But also, I did go quiet though, but it was because I was trying to think.
Eldiver, le super destroyer est paré pour la prochaine mission.
Like game-wise, like I had so many things that I said I was going to get through during the summer, and instead I just played way too much Warhammer Total War.
It's fine, because you like it. You're gonna get to the point when you're gonna get your Warhammer, you know, it's gonna like get up here, and I'm showing my forehead, and you're gonna say, "Oh, I'm bored with it. Like, let's find something else to play." And then you find something
I'm
else.
almost at that point, so
yeah,
I really almost am at that point because it gets to a point where the game is kind of like you play the different factions. See, the problem is I don't want to play on a harder difficulty. The game is actually really hard.
yeah, but
it took me a
it
while to learn
stops being fun after a certain difficulty threshold. That's what I'm trying to tell people that play the Helldivers. Like playing at difficulty 6, 7. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Playing at those difficulties makes it a challenge. Past that, to like we're closing to number 10, like a super Helldive, it's not challenging, it's unfair. You're signing up yourself for a failure. That's what you're doing. Not really smart.
No, you're right.
That's just me. That's how I see it. Hey, don't take my word for it. I'm gonna take gas grenades, so if I poison you by accident...
That's okay. My life is super...
I guess I'll revive you as soon as I can. Oh, you brought a car.
I did.
So you don't mind...
always use it.
You don't mind being slowed down by the heavy armor? You think
No.
it's a good trade-off?
Actually, now that I think about it, probably not against these people. No, I should have probably, but it's too late now.
I guess...
I like using this armor against the
automatons?
Yeah. Against the bugs, you know, it slows you down, and that's probably not a good idea.
They are kind of fast.
Yeah.
All of them. Literally, there is no bug that's like a bit. The clunkers, the robots. Only the basic unit and the cyborgs are kind of speedy.
Yeah.
And the other ones that they take time to get to you, which is offset by them having. Well, most of them have the guns. Why would they run at you when they can shoot you?
Yeah.
Where do we go home? Where do we go home? No, so this looks like your average day, bug. Oh, that being said. Like that. Just gave them a nice orbital. Oh, you also? Okay.
Double the fun.
Oof, that's a bit of splash. Did you upgrade the splash, by the way?
I think so.
No. The upgrade, it actually reduces the area, so it makes the damage more concentrated, which is kind of weird. You would think it's gonna make the splash bigger. Nope. It makes it smaller, so you can actually kind of make a better use of it. Oh my god.
I honestly can't remember if I did it.
Oh god. You can arm the nuke if you want.
Oh, do we have a nuke that needs to be armed?
Yes, but about running away from it. Yeah, I see you have like a bug that I also occasionally get. You would sink in the ground, and you slowly rise back, which is hilarious. It's not game breaking, it's just silly. Like, why would you make a game like that?
I don't know why I did that.
Would you put the sentry? Oh, 500.
No, I put 500. I think I killed 2 bugs, so some success.
Great success. Do you have one more? Throw it.
I literally just fucking sent it back to rearm. Because I was like, we're not going to use it anytime soon.
So I think they kinda make nice. Make the stratagems being less bouncy, if it makes sense.
Yes. You think so already that they've done that?
Yeah, a lot of my stratagems don't really bounce.
Bounce anymore? Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Like I would show like sentry, like a fire sentry or machine gun sentry on a rock, and it would immediately hop off. Because I guess optimally you would like your stuff to be like higher so they cannot like get to it. Goddamn yes. Oh yes, I put it.
Okay, this is fun. You immediately go and put us on a raft.
Well, you know, you want to drive? I can give it to drive.
No, I prefer to sit in the back seat and bitch.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, you get it. That's why you are sitting next to me. Yes, so you can complain. Do not help, you just criticize.
Hey, I'm helping.
Yes, you are. This would be very, very boring solo experience if there wasn't you.
Fuck you and your bug hole.
Wait, what was the warband you bought?
Our vehicle.
Nah, it's fine.
Democracy something, freedom something.
Oh, the Suicide
it has
Squad.
Yeah, it has the hell bomb in it, portable hell bomb. I'm almost done with it.
Yeah, that one is especially good against the. Wait a minute. Let me tag this against the bots. Would you happen to have? No. I would like to say machine gun. The HMG. The HMG could like. No, none of us can hit it
from the distance.
So let me see. Do we have a
drop of 500?
Do you have orbital maybe? If I throw it fast, we're gonna get bombed. Already.
Alright.
Run! There we go. Oh, well, it's kind of impressive. It actually did some damage. I didn't expect it to kill anything. Did you? You did. Nice. Solid. And pop. I'm gonna guess you're collecting samples still?
Yeah, and all of them. I must have recently upgraded something.
Yeah, the last ones, the last line of the upgrades usually requires you to deplete almost like whole reserve of samples.
I think I only have 2 or 3 more upgrades.
Yeah, that means you're like closing to the end, you know, the upgrade tree.
Yeah.
So does that makes you sad because you're gonna get to the point where everybody is like in the last 2 years?
Probably not.
No? Are you sure? Like you lose incentive to collect any samples other than, well, thanks for that.
Oh, that's right.
No, it's fine.
You know, honestly, I leave this one on.
I know.
Oh, that's a bile type.
You think? Let me see.
That's fun. I'm not someone who really needs a lot in the way of progression in order to be happy with the game, right? Like, so it doesn't bother me. I mean, it's shitty design, I guess. An entire resource becomes null and void.
I kill him with like laser pistol.
It's awesome that it does that much damage.
No, it doesn't. It's like it does a flame damage, and the flame damage takes a bit like to start going. But when it starts going, it deals like 150 damage per tick. So if you light on fire the Bile Titan 2 times and he burns away, he's dead. You don't need to shoot him with anything. They buff the fire, but they kinda make the, you know, making stuff, you know, set on fire kinda harder. And yet people still bitch about, like they say, oh, you know, we have a AR, which is basically it's called Coyote. The AK with like incendiary bullets, the fire bullets. And people say, oh, it used to be so good, but now it's ruined. No, bitch, like you have like 30 bullets. Every bullet would set stuff on fire. That's kinda highly unrealistic, if you ask me. But hey,
it is.
Don't ask me. Like I'm not like, you know, pro. Like you should, you know, like balance every PV game. That's silly. That's silly. But some of the stuff, like, come on, really. Like one guy with like a gun with like extended mag can like hold up like, I guess, the army of bugs.
I like the Coyote to one or two. I mean, I'm not saying it isn't unbalanced. I mean, I've only picked it up a few times from other people.
It's still good.
Died.
It's still good, but it used to be.
I like the way it felt. I can't really comment on it.
Being chased. So, can you get ready for the 500?
Yes.
And
it's ready.
we're gonna kinda waltz inside, bomb them, and try to run away on time. Now try it. Yeah. Should get the job done. Oh look, it's a fire tornado. Nice. Now, can we actually see what we're doing? Kinda. So there is. Yeah. So there is like a funny meme that goes like, "Oh, this planet looks like a space Vietnam," and that's like, "Oh, this planet looks like a, you know, like this," and literally this is a Hellmire, and it says Hellmire looks like Hellmire because there is no other planet like it. It's so fucked up. It's a Helldiver joke because over the years we've been trying to, you know, liberate the Hellmire, like last 2 years, but the bugs keep like retaking it, although...
Is that what this is called, this environment, or is it at this world?
It's a world, but the Hellmire is like their, how do you call it, like a biggest planet of that type. And the running gag is like we keep liberating the shit, only to be like, you know, lost to like a bugs, which makes no sense because the planet is like supremely, you know, hostile to everything that's organic.
Everything, yeah.
Be it like a, you know, people, like Super Earth, Helldivers, these are rare matter. I can't imagine bugs being like super, you know, fire resistant because they're not. It's a lie.
Falls down your vehicle.
You don't want to risk it being blown up.
I mean, you know, it's...
I know, it happened. In the past.
Eat a dick. Eat a dick. Are we ready? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the package. Oh shit.
Outrun it. I thought you were gonna try to reload it.
No. I almost never try to reload it, believe it or not.
Yeah, the hitbox.
When you're trying to get...
Yeah, the hitbox is like that.
Very easy. And you're also moving too a lot of the time. Like even though it's
Nice. Oh my god. Yeah, we got like a charger coming. I see. Oh.
That's a lot of bugs.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm not saying you're bad driving through me from the vehicle.
I mean, you can eject it yourself outside, and I couldn't pick you. You fall out. I don't know how.
Our vehicle is about to get destroyed.
By that sentry. Oh, rock of safety. Look, I made it safe. Can you fucking reload it? No, no. No, I didn't want you to steal that package.
Why not?
Because both of the guns that I'm using are one-handed. So
am mine. The Stoker is one-handed.
Yeah, but the C4 is also one-handed. I can also throw C4 one hand.
You know what? I've got it, so you're not the boss of me.
Sure.
I do have to run through the fire, though, don't I?
No, I guess depending which road you took.
It's a good thing I'm wearing black armor. That way, when I'm charred, it won't make much of a difference.
So there was like a running gag, like one of our politicians did. He put like a fucking phone in the fridge, and he made like a, like a YouTube short or something, and he goes like, oh, it's so hot, and whatnot, and government should probably like tell people to stay outside if that job is not, essential. If you're not an essential worker, you should probably like really stay inside. And somebody said, in the chat comment, like, oh, this guy is like full of shit. Like, the only guys that need to stay inside, which work wouldn't be made any difference, is the guys working in banks and the government facilities, because there is no like difference if you see them working or not. Oh, it's a joke. And the other guy goes.
I feel like I'm missing most of your jokes this morning.
Yeah, it's fine.
What happened to my?
It's right there.
I don't know what happened to. Oh, okay. I don't remember dropping it. But...
If you typed anything, wait. Oh, you did drop it. So, if you're trying to like type something, or you get knocked out, it immediately you lose it.
I guess I just don't remember typing anything. But it's not a big deal. Maybe I tried to.
Or you switch a gun. If you switch to a flamer, it throws it off.
Maybe I did switch to the flamer.
So yeah. So there is like why there is not like a belt or something that your guy like straps it on to like a leg or something,
Maybe
Yeah.
a perk you could take or something. Not a stratagem, but
Yeah, maybe like armor with it literally says like it has like utility belts for like additional like carry of stuff. And also there was like a good like a joke about the guy talking to like a fridge. Like, is he talking to like a president? Which could be lost to you because at one point our dear president made like a funny video where he would go like inside the fridge, outside of the fridge, and he would say like, oh, you feel like you're down, the credits are pushing you, oh, you should do this, you should do that. And it was supposed to be a joke, but he became like not publicly, like people like...
The joke was on him.
Yeah, because he keep popping out of fridges, and like Like, it would be like, oh, every time I switch the channel, my father would say, every time I switch the channel, I would see that guy. And now he's in the fucking fridge. Yeah, that would be a joke. Yeah, so I guess you're fine with, you know, the orange grandpa.
No.
At least he's not running. No, he's not like jumping out of the fridge like ours. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it wouldn't stop him. He just makes AI versions of himself as Jesus.
Really? Oh, that's
Yeah, you
him?
see that?
That's him.
Yeah.
He did that.
I mean, it was on his Twitter feed or Truth Social.
Can I move, Bugs? Oh my god.
He claims it was him as a doctor, but that was very obviously a holy victim.
He's a doctor? Healing like whom?
You know, he was like, it's a metaphor for how I help people. And it's like, you don't help anybody.
Okay, throw the 380 and run in the opposite.
Fuck.
I bombed the whole place. Hope you run away. Well, you know.
Nah, it wasn't. It might have been the explosion.
That one is on me.
I was surrounded by bugs. No, I was trying to get the damn thing off.
You did. You actually did. And now it's running double the fun. So I kinda did it to clear like the area a bit. Watch out. Duck. Like I put like a drumstick. I wanted to say drumstick. Drum on this like default SMG, and I couldn't like get used to like having like 80 bullets almost.
What? Why am I tired?
Happened to me yesterday, and I went to the bed at about, you know, 12 a.m.
Actually got some decent sleep last night. Even though, of course, before I went to bed, I had to troubleshoot something on my computer. There's a game I like to play before bed sometimes called Dungeons 3. It's just very simple, turn your mind off kind of game.
So you're the dungeon master and you're putting traps for so what's it called, ventures?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's an older game, and apparently on this new computer, this is really the first time, it's not the first time, but it's one of the first times I've really played it on this new computer, and sure enough, sometimes it would just freeze trying to load into a match, and the solution was to go borderless.
Okay.
But it took me like 45 minutes to figure that out, because it was pretty low on the list of things. This bug is spinning. This is breakdancing bug.
Oh, it's on the other side, by the way. I don't see it.
Yeah, but Jesus, I need to quit looking at it because it's making me
nauseous.
Nauseous, yeah, wow. Really going.
You spin my head right round like a record, baby. Right round, round, round.
Right round. Good, you're good, you're good.
I know him. I'm not a good driver though.
It never came down. That's hilarious.
It never did?
Maybe it came down on the other side of the hill. Okay. Sometimes I like to stand next to the things and shoot up just to see my gun shoot because I'm a weirdo.
No, it's fine. I actually like have how do you call it, like when you have like a predetermined opinion of people of other nation or a group. A prejudice? Yeah, I have a prejudice about people from states. But it's a good one or a bad, depends. Like they're all gun nuts. That's it.
I mean, it's not entirely untrue.
I guess it has to do with like, oh, we have a right to defend ourselves and like defend stuff we hold dear with our own hands. which is not really good idea to arm every single person and then tell them, well, yeah, go ahead.
It is illegal in the state for you to shoot someone over a property dispute. Somebody, you have to have a reasonable fear for the death of your life.
Yeah, but
someone you love, or someone
it's kind of hard to prove, don't you think so?
It is. It is. It is hard to prove that, which is why a lot of people go to jail brandishing firearms.
So just because you must set him on fire?
I'm gonna try.
Did it. Okay. You did it. Can you throw 500 inside? I'm gonna drive slowly. Right there. There we go. Enjoy. Not gonna. Oof. Damn.
It is an orbital. I'm not saying we aren't gun nuts, because honestly we've earned that moniker, right? Like we act in certain ways. Certain parts of the country. Like I remember there was a debate I had. I used to be a lot more liberal than I am now.
Okay.
And I remember I was at a place, I was working in a place, and everybody where I live is pretty much conservative. You might not know what those terms mean, but like liberals are more in favor of gun control, whereas Republicans and conservatives are more, you know, fuck you, you're not taking my guns. And this girl asked me, she goes, what's your argument for greater gun control? And I looked over and there was this man who used to come in the store, and he was uneducated. He was an older man, he'd never been taught to read. You know, there's a lot of illiteracy still in certain parts of the country here. It's obviously not as much as it used to be, but...
Yeah, but like older generation, people like 80, 90 years
older,
old.
And he would say things like, man, I wish they were talking about a spat of robberies that were happening around our community. We're kind of close-knit like that, so like we'll warn if like somebody's been walking around in the woods or something like that if we know something. And he made the comment, this guy, he's like, I wish they'd come on my property, I'd shoot them.
So...
And it's that mentality right there that makes me want to have, because I don't think people are mature enough to handle guns in a responsible way. And they're so eager, and I remember thinking to myself, why is it that the people who've never seen combat, why are they the only ones so fucking eager?
They're itchy to shoot.
Yeah. So I mean, it's hard for, but so like I guess you call me someone who supports the Second Amendment and believes we should have
freedom.
Be allowed to have guns. Like I mean, I guess you'd call me that. I don't know. The Second Amendment here in the States is the one that guarantees our right to have weapons. But and you know, a lot of people talk about if you're serious about stopping guns and gun violence here in the States, a lot of people talk about like the automatic and semi-automatic weapons, but most deaths are handgun related. Like a majority, the massive majority, right?
It's easy.
It just shows you that
it's easy to conceal.
Yeah, well, it just shows you that it's a political stunt, right? That they're not actually interested in saving lives, because if they were, they would be in support of stopping handgun violence. But they're not. But anyway, can't really remember where I was going with this.
About certain parties in your country being like more liberal with gun control, and some people like really relax. Somebody wants to like really shoot their gun. Oh, you know, there are robbers in the area. I wish they come to me so I could shoot them. Yeah, they think they want it, but nah.
And he's the kind of stereotype that I feel like you're talking about that gives us a bad name, right? Like that we're like gun, like he's so eager to use his gun, and it's like you're not a tough guy. You're not proving anything, right? Like I think there are some people who just want to feel like they're tough guys.
So they could prove the world, you know, their worth, their salt.
Yes. And they could really do that by, I don't know, becoming a cop or, you know,
duck
soldier,
no.
or, you know. But no, they would rather just shit talk and, you know, cling to their tiny guns, right? So. But I don't consider myself like a
gun nut.
Super big gun. Yeah, I don't. But there definitely are ones here. I'm trapped by fire. There's this massive line of fire between me and you. There's no getting to you.
So, can you drop a car and just ride out of that?
I just don't know why the fuck this is such an annoying fucking
planet
map mechanic. Yeah, I mean, and there are places where it's illegal, like in New York, you can't own a firearm.
It makes sense. Super crowded if everybody owns a gun, like, yeah.
Violence is probably, yeah, I mean, I kind of get it, yeah.
Somebody starts shooting, everybody starts shooting.
But I mean, another reason why I've become much more conservative with my thoughts on guns is because I live in a very rural area. And there's some crazy people in this world who do nasty things to people, and I can't rely on the cops to get to me in time. I mean, you know, the cops don't always address threat awareness well, right? Like, they might be like, oh, your life's not really in danger, and then they take their time to get to you, and sure enough, your life was in danger. But no, it's illegal. If somebody is stealing from you, you legally have to let them steal it and report it as a crime. You don't actually get to shoot them. Which is something people don't understand here in the States. Oh my God.
There is gas mines inside the firestorm. So I don't know what's gonna happen. Not so sure.
Oh my God,
You got a flamer. Why would you, be concerned about fire?
This doesn't. My armor doesn't hear vehicle. For what little good it'll do us. All this damn flame around.
I'm driving. Look.
Yeah, right in the middle of
poop. Bug poop. Oh, right on the bug.
Let me get
the thing.
Yep. There we go. Are guns a big thing in your country or not really? Or is it illegal?
It used to be like a thing, well, not per se in my country. I would say in the county I live in. Oh my God. So what the hell? Left.
There it goes.
Somehow. So my ancestors, I would like to say, they came from like a really rocky part of the country. They're called Montenegro, I guess, internationally. So they have like a long tradition of people being like, made up badasses. That's what I like to say.
Okay.
In their own minds, they're all like heroes and, they're all honorable and whatnot. But, so they have like a long tradition of being like armed folks. Something like the samurai, stupid, like a code of honor, I guess.
So they're like Southerners here in the state. I mean,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a good parallel, I guess. So they're proud, they get, their guns to defend themselves and, back up there, somebody insults you, you insult him back. He tries to hit you, well, you challenge into a duel. If he doesn't want to duel, you shoot him the same. It doesn't really matter. That used to happen in the old country, but people kind of, took the old habits from the old country at least in my county. And they transferred it to like a new region, but this region I'm living, it's like all flatlands and people are like super peaceful. And there is no really need, other than people like trying to steal your chicken. There is no really need like for you to have like a, you know, aggressive amount of, you know, firearms. And like 5 or 10 years ago, they went with like, oh, well, we want all the civilians to, you know, report back all their guns. It's gonna be, this action is gonna be like 1 year, like time period. And you have like 1 year to report all the, you know, firearms, and either like register them or just give away, and it's gonna be fine. You know, nobody's gonna prosecute you. So they did it like that. And my uncle, who had like a really huge amount of, I think I see a bunker, as you say. I don't say bunker. I say bunker, with U being softer. You say it like hard. He has said bunker.
Bunker.
Hey, there you go. You got it.
Sounds like it's from Sweden. I go to the bunker, yeah.
Really? Wouldn't the Germans say it like that?
I don't know. I don't do European accents that well.
I know a guy on that guy's channel, the Cloud or Luminor. He's actually from Sweden.
Is he?
Not the Luminor, the guy from his channel. He talks a lot of like broken, like English/Swedish, and it's always like fun to listen to. I guess him being like a low-level criminal also doesn't help. I never inquired about what part of him is like low level. It's just like he does like these little hustles with his team, and him being on like freedom, I guess he doesn't, you know, deal drugs or kill people. It's probably like some small
Maybe
thievery.
he's the person that hacked Blank's account.
Maybe, who knows? Can we get these samples? Get away, get away, get away from that. This is my present to the bugs. You can also give them something to remember.
Yeah. For any that get over the hill. We only got 3 minutes.
That's all the time that we need. I was looking for the super samples, by the way, and apparently they were here. And you know what? The fucking bug decides to open the bridge right there. Not cool.
Get the vehicle, I'll go for the sample. There they are. 1, 2, 3. My way to you, just out of stamina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I seen that like ongoing motive in this match, particularly because of your
choice.
Your choice or poor choice. Maybe it's a good choice. Who knows? I would argue that it's fine. Democracy Protects could be maybe like a gamble that I would like to take instead of the heavy armor. You know, the plot
I mean, it
armor.
would have been different if it had more resistances, right? But it's all explosive damage resistance.
That one that's used?
Yeah, it's 50%. It's great explosive damage resistance.
There is a green one that I'm using, the grenadier that gives you 2 grenades. It also has 50%, it's medium.
Yep, and this one has the crouch bonus for...
Here's the thing,
recoil. But
Here's the
nothing's
thing.
out there used because I'm
No. Listen. Here's the thing. You do get that bonus for every weapon already, but it's kind of better, you know? If it makes sense. So the crouching bonus works for every gun that has like a recoil, and using the armor with like a passive enhances the bonus. Even if you don't have the the thing, you're still like actively using it, you know. Now look at me. I mean, here I have like a SMG. Now look at the spray. See?
Yeah.
Cousin Crunch. And look who decided to show up. Still alive. Not really. Oof. God damn it. Don't burn out. That's a bit too close. That 380, I would like to say.
We're right on the edge. We'll be fine.
Sure.
Try not to die. Please don't let me die. Not like you use much.
Oh god, what the fuck? The autocannon shot me. There was no bug in front of me. Like, what did he shoot at? Get in! Nice, look! More coming! Oh my god.
I'll be right back.
Type a message. It's amazing. When to check what wants be right back.
real monsters were never the ones scratching at the windows from outside. This is where the movie closes the loop it set up in the very first scene. Remember the man who looked like a zombie and was just a terrified old guy? The danger that came from the wrong direction. The whole night was that blown up to full size, and the rescue, the thing that was supposed to be relief, shows up carrying the same cruelty as the dead, except conscious. People who know exactly what they're doing and find it funny. In this world, getting rescued and getting hunted started to look like this. She goes back to the farmhouse with the hunters, and there she finds Ben, or what's left of him. He died in the cellar, bled out, and came back as one of them. The dead thing that used to be Ben appears in the cellar doorway, looks at Barbara, and for 1 second seems to almost recognize her. There's no time to find him. The hunters shoot him in the head before anything can happen. The most capable man in that house, dead twice, and the second time, nobody knows who he was. And then, out of the attic comes Harry, alive. The man who caused nearly every fight, who split the group, who ripped the gun out of Barbara's hands, who had a direct hand in Ben's death, walks out of hiding without a scratch, breathing easy like none of it had anything to do with it. Barbara looks at him and hears the moment that ends the movie. She raises the gun, slow, no scream, no speech, no warning, and she shoots Harry, point blank. Think about everything this man survived to get here alive. He made it through the dead, made it through the gunfight, made it through the whole night hidden in the attic, while the group got torn apart by his cowardice. He survived all of it, everything except the Bill Barbara came to collect. She kills him with the same cold nothing the hunters outside are using on the dead strung up on the fence, and she turns to the men with 4 words. That's another one for the fire. Sit with the weight of that. The woman who started this movie shaking in front of a gravestone, the one everybody bet would die first, ends it as the only survivor. And she survives because she was the only one who read the threat right and had the guts to walk out alone. But she doesn't come out whole. She comes out capable of executing an unarmed man without blinking. The dead didn't change Barbara. The people did. The world didn't kill her. It did something worse. It made her one of them. The movie ends with her standing there, watching the bodies burn. No tears, no relief, no triumphant music. Just a woman looking into a fire on the outside of everything, turned into someone else by the night she just lived through. Surviving out there wasn't victory, it was just what was left over. And that brings you all the way back to the idea from the start. The dead were the easy problem. Slow, predictable, so harmless you could stroll right through them. What destroyed that house was everything human. The stubbornness, the ego, the every man for himself, the flat refusal to listen to the one person who was right. 7 people walked into that farm with guns, with walls, with the right plan and the right key already in hand. And they walked out as Ash one at a time, not because the monsters were strong, but because they could never for 1 minute actually be a group. Barbara survived alone, and maybe the most bitter lesson in the whole movie is that one. On a night like that, alone might have always been the only way out. If you were inside that building that night, you'd probably make every single choice they made, and you'd die exactly the same way they did. Because Rec is hiding something almost nobody catches the first time through. That building was never a shot at survival. It was a death sentence with a lobby. And the worst part, nobody trapped inside had any way of knowing. When the firefighters go up to help a screaming old woman, they're doing the right thing. When those people try to run, they're doing the right thing too. But in this movie, every choice that looks like it's pulling you towards safety does the exact opposite. Every door somebody shuts to protect themselves quietly seals off a way out. And every minute that ticks by turns the whole place into a tighter trap. There's one detail buried in this story that flips the entire movie on its head.
Oh, I'm back.
You're back?
I went to check for the food.
Okay, you up for one more?
Yeah, I can play one more if you want.
Okay.
So
I'm going to get something that does anti-fire damage.
Don't feel obliged about the, Expedition 33. Like, anytime you want it, it's fine. If I catch your stream, I'm gonna watch it.
Well, that's what I was looking at. What can I uninstall? Because I'm trying to force myself into.
Is it big?
So I have a bad habit.
Is it big?
No, not really. I mean, I've got space. I could download it right now. I just have a really bad habit of having a bunch of
Stockpiling.
games to play and downloading them. Yeah. And so I put a limit on myself, which I've already blew past my first limit, unfortunately, but oh well. It also doesn't help that every fucking game update lately has been
100 gigabytes.
Yeah, 100 gigabytes.
Helldivers used to be 128, so I kind of feel lucky.
Yeah, no, it's fair. But anyway, no, it's not that. That's what I was looking at earlier when I went silent on you, and I was thinking.
Okay. Let me bring the shovel. Why would you bring a shovel? To dig the trench.
I know why you would bring a shovel.
To dig a trench. Why not?
To dig a trench.
Lancement du L-Pod initié.
But no, part of it is.
Go on.
You know, I guess this is a first world problems kind of thing. You know, it's nice to have friends. But unfortunately, everybody wants to play a different game with me, right? Like, so there are games that, in truth, I really don't want to play by myself and won't play by myself. But I want to associate with those people and hang out with them. So I end up installing games that kind of just sit there unless I'm playing with them.
I completely know what you mean. That shooter.
That's what's.
Yeah.
That shooter hunt. Yeah.
No. The Killing Floor 3. You saw me.
Oh, okay.
So that's one of the games I would play solo, maybe like 1 or 2 matches. That's like 20 to 60 minutes every day. Maybe if I feel like it. Maybe not. When I play with Slavko or like with somebody, I guess that's kind of good to hang out. I would play more, you know, because you know it feels good.
Oh, it's Slavko, by the way. I haven't heard from him in a long time.
Oh, he's like he bugged me to play the Abysses, the game that Mox actually recommended to me. I bought it, but I don't feel need to play it.
To play it?
Yeah, because I clearly saw the gameplay and it's 100% like a team, like a DRG, you know, Deep Rock Galactic. It's a.
How do you spell it? Oh, I see it.
Abysses.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
So.
Yeah, it looks like a darker version of Deep Rock and maybe some. Yeah, it just looks like a darker version of Deep Rock. Deep Rock has that kind of happy-go-lucky fun feel.
Yeah.
Even though, if I'm perfectly honest, I feel like this is part of the charm of DRG. They've done a great job. It's lighthearted, but like there's a dark part to it. Like.
Yeah, the fucking bugs, man, and the corporate espionage. Like, so what you're doing basically, there is the other like a company that's doing the digging, and well, what you're doing, well, you're actively sabotaging them.
Yeah.
Which is funny and kind of serious in like at the same time.
Well, I mean, it also begs the question, right? Like, what happens to the dwarves when they, you know, get promoted and like, you know, this the fact that they're willing to leave you behind means you're expendable.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
They promote you into.
You mean when you get promotion, do you get killed and like cloned or something?
Yeah, I suspect you get deactivated or something. Like I mean, I obviously have my own little theories about.
Oh, pray do, pray do.
Where I would go.
I have theories about, you know, Helldivers. Do you have like a DRG theories that work like listen?
So like I mean, I'm pretty sure we're all like manufactured in vats, and then when we get promoted, we are actually
return back to.
Yeah, like we're deactivated or whatnot, and that the voice guy, the guy who comes over, the commander of the mission.
Yeah.
The reason he repeats the same lines is because he's a computer program.
Of course, he's AI.
He's not real. Yeah. I still like the idea, even though it's preposterous and there's absolutely very little evidence of it. It's where I would have gone with the story had I been in charge of their narrative design. But like, all those prospectors, they're not a rival company. They're actually, for all the Boscos you've left behind, in all the game, in all the single player missions,
they gain sentience.
And they gained sentience, and now they started rebuilding an army.
It's like Borderlands DLC, where all the claptraps gain sentience. Is that it?
I've never played that. I didn't know that was.
Yeah. There is like a claptrap rebellion. It's funny, kind of.
I believe it, because Claptrap is hilarious.
In first 2 games, yes. In the 3rd game, he becomes like a side character. He becomes like a pale. It's mostly has to do with like modern writers not actually knowing what they're doing. Sorry for saying that.
Oh,
I'm not trying to put you in the same, basket with them. It's just like, it's.
I don't know what I'm doing most of the time.
I read your.
I'll be the first one to fucking admit it.
I read your Hunt Showdown lore. It's solid work.
Yeah.
I don't have to compare it to anything with other than the Crytek, and I'm gonna say it. I think you did a better job than their own writers, especially that woman. That's like a songwriter, and she is their main lore designer.
Yeah.
And I'm nothing against her, but I don't think she clearly has like where does the story goes? Everything feels inconsequential between the 2 events. Like, oh, stuff happens. Oh, now we have these guys roaming around, and now there is like military scouts. Oh, like there is a statesman, and he's like he's collecting these tokens, and now he's paying guns. And now the military, the military sent their unit, and now they gone rogue. What? It's disjointed. It feels like you're watching like a TV show. Like, stuff happens, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't feel like it's.
One heavy weapon.
You got a heavy weapon.
Sorry.
Come here.
Do you have one?
I have it. Sit it.
I just also realized I have the mini nuke, so technically I do have a heavy
You are a heavy weapon. Take that.
Yeah, I am a heavy weapon.
Yes.
But anyway, you were saying you feel like the events are disconnected?
Everything is inconsequential. Everything in Hunt Showdown Road. If I am wording it, correctly.
I think so, yeah. I think I get what you mean.
Now let's see how fast you can cut my head off with a shot. Not saying you,
possibly pretty fast.
not saying you will. I'm just stating you might. Oh, look, bugs are flying all over the place. Get them flamers. This is like the best trapping you can bring for this type of, and just sit back and relax. Let them come to you. Okay, let me just put this Tesla tower right behind the corner, and don't go here. Don't. Wait, you have you have the 50% reduction with that armor, so you're probably good. You might survive one zap, the second, not so.
Yeah. Which hopefully, in surviving the first one, I've died. So.
Yeah, you just died and you're good. I'm not gonna lie, like I know, like as I said, like I know that people are like giving the Arrowhead like a lot of shit, which they deserve a lot of it, but the you know, the story wise and, you know, writing, it's pretty competent, you know.
Yeah, I think it is too.
If I compare it to like a 7-year-old like a franchise as a Hunt Showdown, sorry for that, it kind of blew up. Crytek clearly doesn't know where they wanna, you know, get their story.
Yeah, I don't think they do either.
They're just like, oh, we made the event with clowns.
I think they really are in love with like the supernatural. So like, Southern Gothic horror is a thing, right? Like that is a
genre, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like the show True Blood is
Yeah.
very much Southern Gothic horror, but like.
Wait, True Blood. Remind me.
TRU.
Yeah, I know.
Vampire show.
Oh, that one. I mixed it up with like True Detective. I was like, what?
Yeah, no, not True Detective. But they've just leaned, in my opinion, too much into the Gothic horror aspect, right? But I'm sure if they were here, they would disagree completely.
Oh, the Crytek?
Yeah, and I would love to entertain a conversation with Crytek.
Like, where do you think your story is leading? Where you wanna shift the...
why are you making the choices that you're making? Like, I mean, maybe they have very, very good reasons.
Except the money, Explain all your actions, you know, story-wise and design-wise, except being motivated solely by money. You know what? They can't. Because making like a emo hunters, and everybody's wearing like a black armor, and every female hunter is like a hot chick with, you know, that's like edgy, and suddenly you got all these like masked men running around thinking they're like a Phantom in the Opera shtick. Everybody watched like a fucking Darkman movie. Is that it? At this point, they should ask the Sam Raimi for like a license. Yeah, I know you get the reference. You were supposed to. Why don't they ask the fucking Sam Raimi for like you know, the he would gladly sell them, you know, the Darkman, you know. They're gonna, oh well, we have this like a scientist guy that burned his face and now he's trying to, you know, make like a substitute skin, and he's like badly scarred and he has a super strength and he's like a news. Oh, I already made up a story like really fast. Can Crytek do that? No, they can't. And this is coming from me, like I'm a, you know, movie guy. I can think you like a working scenario. So as long as you're sitting on a chair, I think the lightning isn't supposed to arc to you. If it makes sense. Does it make sense?
It does. I mean, I see it happening.
So
I think you're right outside of its main range.
No. If I stood up, it's gonna zap me. Trust me. Their laser is shooting itself. Look at that.
Yeah, I see it.
I should have put the arc sentry closer before. Oh yeah, that thing isn't gonna last. The laser. It hit like overdrive. You're not retreating. Kill him all! But I think they're stuck, as I said. They already got the people that write the lore for them, and it's not that good that they think it is.
You mean Hunt? You think they're stuck?
Yeah, they're stuck with like same group of people that keeps writing the new events, the new character lore, and it's like they think it's cool. It is cool, but it amounts to nothing.
Yeah. I also think they're an echo chamber at this point that they built for themselves.
People, the nodders, the key people that keep saying, "Oh, this is good, this is fire, yeah, I love."
Yeah.
Is that
well,
like?
I mean, I was a part of Skylords Reborn. Like, I was privy to their mod chats and stuff, and like, I don't know, they weren't bad. But
The guys that made the game with like a towers and like units that you sent, that one.
Yeah,
I think
it's a card game RTS that I fucked around with, and I still do.
I guess
But
what? Yeah.
It's an old game that they revitalized. And the devs aren't bad. They're not bad people. It's just
Decisions. Is that it? They made.
I got to see kind of the mentality of devs behind closed doors, and you know, they just. I get that they go to school for it. A lot of them.
So
they
you cannot
game design.
You cannot question their like design choices. Is that it?
Well,
they got insulted.
No, I mean they assume people who play the game don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Really?
And that's fair. Well, and I mean it's
not as a designer. I can tell you as a gamer. I can tell you as a gamer what I like and what I don't like. That's what I think.
Yeah, you can. But I mean, like they would make comment, and so like to me, both sides, designer, gamers, and devs.
Yes.
Here,
yes.
Before you get mad at me.
No.
There we go.
Really? I did that.
There we go. Yep.
No, let me go to the door.
Oh, that's right. This is
my
ship.
ship.
I was about to leave my ship.
Yes, leave your ship, traitor. Okay, finish up what you started.
No,
about Skylorders.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think both people who are gamers and people who are devs kind of look at each other like they're stupid, right? So like they'll say things like the devs would say things like
Oh, you don't know what you're asking.
Gamers would balance out all the fun of a game, you know, because they
optimize. They optimize the fun. Yeah, I know.
Optimize it to the point where it's no fun, and then other people would say things like devs don't play their game, right? Like they obviously don't play their game, otherwise they'd realize it's not fun.
Both
and I think
stuff
both
are
sides
true.
have. What's that?
Both sides. Both. How do you say it? Like
both have partial truths.
Yes.
Yes. And I think both, but I think a lot of devs forget that even with all their training, there's a philosopher named Hegel. He used to write that people that are outside the power spectrum are the ones best in the best position to criticize it.
Yeah.
The people who have no power, right? Like.
So gamers,
and
they don't really, other than wallet.
Yes,
Yeah, that is a power in wallet.
Purchase the game, they have no power.
Yeah,
right?
they know. Yeah, you have like a lack of power.
Now, I mean, there are times when gamers do have power, but that's when they have the force of aggregation, right? So like.
Yeah, when they must.
You can tank the review for a game.
Yeah, massive negative reviews that will kind of fuck them up, for good.
Yeah, but you as an individual have like no power, right? Like. You might not even register on their fucking radar, right? So like,
but if
what I'm saying is both sides I think have something to offer the other. It's just people need to keep an open mind, and it's hard to do that. It's in some ways I'm sympathetic even to the Crytek devs. People will bitch no matter what you do. You're never gonna make everybody happy.
You shouldn't even.
And you probably shouldn't. For me, I know in my case, I know I'm biased because I've had some particularly negative experiences with Crytek over the years. But like to me, Crytek's done things that are unforgivable. Like the 7 months we had shitty servers that would drop us the whole time and they were just radio silent about it, or ignored it, right? Like
They would gaslight
that is
you.
unforgivable.
They would say,
yeah,
"Oh."
or they would gaslight you.
Yeah, they would gaslight
That's unforgivable. For a live service game to have servers that don't work, fuck you, right? Like that's stupid. You are in effect denying us the game. If it were a single player game and we couldn't access the single player, that's the game, right? We're done. We can't play it.
Yeah.
And they were still selling their game for full price on the market while that was happening. So, and like they never apologized to anybody, right? Like they never said anything, they never acknowledged it. They just don't. So I find them to be unforgivable devs who create their own echo chamber and don't want to listen. And I think devs they run the risk of doing that. And so like if I were to design quote unquote a dev team, I would want someone whose job isn't just to be a community organizer. Their job is to take the criticisms that are very likely unfiltered and in some cases uneducated, and to filter them through to useful stuff, right? Your job isn't to like defend me from criticism.
So
your job is to give me the distilled criticism that is useful, because there are a lot of people who say things that are either stupid or just not useful at all, right? Like I don't trust people to make good decisions. People are stupid. But there are people, like I would hope I'm one of those people, who take the time to consider their perspective and offer something. Now in Crytek's case, unfortunately, there's not a lot in the way of constructive criticism because they went down a path I disagree with completely. Go ahead, because you're trying to speak.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I forgot. I lost the thread.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. If I remember, I'll interject again.
That's really it for me. I mean, there's nothing really.
So you wanna say they're kind of redeemable? They're trying to please their investors. They're trying to please their the bosses, I guess.
I would not say Crytek is redeemable. No. I would say there's something understandable in what they do. But that's not the same as saying they're redeemable, because they could have gone about doing the things that they've done
differently
in a way that was wholesome and helpful and good. And they chose not to. They chose to be dicks instead. Does that make sense?
Yes, because we're talking about Crytek here.
We're talking about Crytek, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're not talking about average people.
Yeah. They could have, for example, like again, going back to the servers, they could have been more upfront and honest with us. When they started doing which I don't even know if they do them anymore, but they started doing the art, the artistic spotlights, which I think they stopped doing them. I don't know why, but they could have been more
upfront,
inclusive. Like, I don't know. I mean, this is a butthurt thing for me, and maybe I'm entirely biased, but I flat out asked the community manager, I'm like, why does nobody ever acknowledge my story, right? Like, because I proliferated it, it's been in other people's channels, like there's no way you guys don't know about it.
And
he never responded.
Maybe
the one time I sent the sorry, go ahead.
Maybe you got on the wrong foot with some of them.
Yeah,
and
I think at that point he was pissed at me.
It's not your fault. It's them. But it's their problem.
Yeah, but it's like that whole message at the beginning where they say they're dedicated to like the community and conversation, and I just don't believe them, right? Like,
lies.
I think they're liars.
Lies.
Yeah. Wait, they added fog to the game?
To hunt?
Yeah.
What fog?
I don't know. Fog of War Descends?
No, this is just wording. Read between the lines. It's Crytek. Like it's not my main language, and there is a finesse, right? You're also like a writer, a sort of creative writer. So when they say fog of war, it's usually something. It's not realistic,
Yeah, so I wouldn't have used it here.
You know, but as I say,
I mean, I consider myself an artistic person, but
a songwriter is their, creative person, and I'm not shitting her, giving her like a shit or something. It's just like whatever.
yeah. Well, all right. All right.
Okay, we're done with the critic flashing, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. You take care, bud. Thanks for the games. I'll try to reach out to you tomorrow.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We'll watch. We're watching the third one.
Yeah, you'll do.
Okay. All right, man. Take it easy.
Nice talking to you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
And once you see it, you realize that building was already condemned long before anybody hit record on camera. Let's get into it. Everything kicks off about as calm as it gets. We meet Angela Vidal. She hosts this late-night TV show called While You're Asleep. The kind of show that films what's happening in the city at 3 in the morning while everyone else is passed out at home. You know the format. Local news over here does the exact same thing. Ride along with the night shift, put a friendly face on camera, fill a slow slot. That night, the assignment couldn't be more boring. Tag along with a Barcelona fire crew and film their shift. Behind the camera is Pablo, and right away, hold on to one weird little detail. You never see Pablo's face, not once. The entire movie is his eyes. You are Pablo. Everything the camera catches is what he's doing. Tuck that away because by the end, it turns into one of the most gut-twisting things in the whole film. At first, it's almost goofy. Angela's messing around with the firefighters, interviewing one of them, doing that fake reporter thing where she's fishing for a good sound. You can tell she wants the night to pop off. She wants a real emergency to film, which, knowing what's coming, is a rough thing to wish for. And watch what the movie's doing here on purpose. These first few minutes are boring, deliberately. You almost start wondering when something's actually going to happen. That's the trap. Because when it finally falls apart, it falls apart on top of a place your brain already filed as normal, safe, ordinary. It's not a haunted castle. It's a building that looks like yours. A night shift, like any night shift. The horror doesn't crawl in from some spooky place. It's already living inside the most boring building on the block. Then the call comes in. An old woman, Conchita, is locked inside her own apartment, screaming. The neighbors called it in because she won't stop. This is nothing. This is the most routine call a firefighter gets. Elderly person, alone, maybe fell, maybe had a stroke, maybe she's just confused. Happens every week in every city on Earth. Angela's thrilled. Finally someone. So her, Pablo, and 2 firefighters, Manu and Alex, head into this old apartment building, along with a couple cops who were already on scene. And look how right all of this feels. Regular residential building. Nosy neighbors cracking their doors, asking what's going on. It's got the energy of an HOA meeting. Not a horror movie, the most controlled, low-stakes situation you can picture. They go up to Conchita's apartment, and that's where the first big decision happens. A decision not one person watching would question. They open the door. Of course they do. It's the job. There's an old woman in there who might be dying. No firefighter, no cop. Nobody on the planet leaves her locked in there screaming. You'd open it. I'd open it. And I want to nail this down because it's the pattern for the whole movie. Put yourself in it. You get called to help a trapped old lady. You are not going to stand in the hallway running a risk assessment on some airborne pathogen. You've got zero reason to think there's a person behind that door infected with something nobody on Earth even understands yet. You open the door because it's the decent thing to do and because nothing is telling you otherwise. Except the woman they find isn't hurt the way they expected. She's standing up in the dark, face covered in blood, staring at them wrong. And before anybody can process what they're looking at, she lunges and sinks her teeth into one of the cops' necks. That's it. Done. And catch the mechanism the movie just planted right at the start, so quiet you barely notice. Nobody was reckless. They opened that door because somebody needed help. The bite didn't happen because somebody got sloppy. It happened because the one human thing to do in that moment, save a scared old woman, was the trap. The bitten cop is bleeding, and everybody does the obvious thing. Get him out, get him down the stairs, get him to a hospital. They haul him down, and when they hit the ground floor, they run straight into the thing that flips this whole movie upside down. The front doors sealed from the outside. There are cops out there now, behind the glass, waving everybody back. There's tape. There are people in uniforms screaming that nobody leaves. The entire building just got dropped into quarantine. And not one person inside got told. Nobody got asked. Nobody got a vote. Sit with what that actually means. While they were upstairs helping the old lady, somebody outside already knew. Somebody had already decided this building was hot, a containment zone. And here's the cold part, because it's heavier than it looks. Those cops didn't show up to save anything. They showed up to make sure nothing got out of that building alive, if that's what it took. The people inside were never priority. Priority one was that door. The second that seal went down, every single resident stopped being a victim to rescue and became a variable to keep. Nobody said it to their faces, didn't have to. A door locked from the outside says everything, and that's the rule that runs the rest of the movie, so lock it in. In our act, the exit disappears in the first 10 minutes. This is what makes it different from every zombie thing you grew up on. In The Walking Dead, in Zombieland, in Dawn of the Dead, you've always got one card in your back pocket. You run, you get in the truck, you hit the interstate, you put 100 miles between you and the horde. That's the whole American zombie fantasy, right? Distance is survival. Keep moving and you live. Quarantine rips that card right out of your hand. It locks you in the same sealed box as the thing that wants to kill you. And now it doesn't matter how smart you are, how fast you run, how well you fight, you and the virus are stuck in the same room, and one of you wins by wearing the other one down. It's not a chase anymore, it's a countdown. They just don't know that yet. And because they don't know it, they keep making choices that look smart. The tension detonates when Alex, the firefighter who stayed upstairs, comes flying down the stairwell, falls from up top, straight down into the lobby floor in front of everybody. And Conchita's still up there, still standing, still coming. One of the cops doesn't have a choice. He shoots her to stop it. So take stock of the room now. One firefighter down, broken on the floor. One cop bitten and bleeding. An old woman shot dead halfway up the stairs. And a front door locked by people who flat out refuse to explain themselves. The residents start piling into the lobby, and here's one of the most realistic beats in the entire movie. One almost nobody talks about. Nobody believes it's serious. To them, it's still a mess, an accident. Some old lady who lost it. They're complaining, demanding answers, getting mad at the cops outside. They're doing exactly what any normal person does. Treating a catastrophe like it's a temporary inconvenience, because the human brain is not built to accept in the span of 30 seconds that the place you live just became a grave. And if you lived through 2020, you already know this feeling in your bones. Remember the first couple weeks? It's nothing. It's basically the flu. They're overreacting. That gap between the thing already being here and people finally believing it's here, that gap is where it wins. In that building, the gap is measured in bodies. The people who move early, who accept fast that this is real, buy themselves precious seconds. The ones stuck arguing about their rights lose those seconds. And in that building, every lost second is one more person turning. Meanwhile, the virus isn't waiting for anybody to finish their argument. It's already inside. It got in under the radar a long time before that. And from here on out, every door these people shut to protect themselves is gonna slam a getaway route shut right along with it. Routes they didn't even know they had. After a stretch of pure chaos, somebody finally comes in from outside. A health inspector, sealed head to toe in one of those white hazmat suits, face behind a mask. He comes in to deal with the wounded, and he's the one who finally puts words to the nightmare. He checks the bitten cop and the broken firefighter, and both of them, hurt bad, lying there, barely moving, suddenly go violent, rabid, snapping at anybody close. His move is fast and ice cold. He drags them both into a storage room off the lobby and shuts the door. And look at the trap folded into them, because it's subtle. Gathering up the wounded, putting them somewhere to get treated, that's the exact thing that almost turns more people. You pull the injured together thinking you're taking care of them, and the second they turn, you've built yourself an infection hotspot right in the middle of the group. The thing that looks like caring for people is really planting the next explosion dead center in the shelter, and the inspector, the guy who supposedly understands this thing better than anyone in the room, can only react after it's already too late. Lock the door. Two of them inside. Another door shut. Another room turned into a cage. Notice how that's already the rhythm of the movie. Then the inspector tells them what he knows. And this is where it gets scary in a different way. The disease, he says, is like rabies. Passes through saliva, through a bite, makes you aggressive, out of control, wanting to attack anything alive. Fine. That's what we already figured. But then he drops one detail that changes everything. The time it takes to hit varies person to person, depends on your blood. In one person, it might take hours, in another minutes. Stop and really run that down inside that building. It means there's no way to know who's already infected. Somebody could be bitten right now, standing there talking, looking completely normal, just waiting to turn. The enemy isn't only outside clawing at the door. The enemy might be the person right next to you, who doesn't even know yet that they're already gone. That torches any survival plan you could try to build. How do you protect yourself from a threat that looks exactly like the people you're trying to protect? You can't, because the danger's already inside, sitting right next to you. Think about how a group would try to get organized. First thing you do is separate the healthy from the infected, right? Clean people on one side, bitten people on the other, except that whole plan hangs on one thing, being able to see who's infected, and the movie just told you that you can't. There's no line of healthy folks and line of sick folks. There's just a bunch of people in the dark, and some chunk of them are already lit fuses, and nobody, not even the fuse, knows which. Then the inspector reveals where it all came from. The day before, a sick dog got brought into a vet clinic. The thing turned violent, attacked, and killed other animals. They put the dog down, and when they traced where it came from, the trail led straight back to this building. Angela connects the dots instantly. And here's one of the gut punch parts of the whole movie. Earlier, back when this was still just a busy night, Angela had interviewed a little girl who lived in the building, Jennifer, a sick kid who, according to her mom, Mari Carmen, just had a dumb little case of tonsillitis. And the girl had mentioned, in that offhand way kids do, that her dog, Max, had gone to the vet because he was sick too. And that her dad had left to go get her some medicine. A sick dog, a sick kid, a dad who ran out for medicine and never came back because the building got sealed behind him. It was all so ordinary, so exactly like any house, any family, any normal night. And that's where the virus was the entire time, not in a weapon, not in a lab, in a kid with a sore throat and the family dog. Once the residents put it together that the sick dog was Jennifer's, everybody turns on the girl and her mom. And Mari Carmen does what any mother does. She protects her kid, swears it's just tonsillitis, that there's nothing wrong with her, that everybody needs to back off and leave her daughter alone. And this is one of the most human, most tragic things in the movie. The mom isn't lying to be cruel. She genuinely believes it's a sore throat. She can't accept that the disease killing the whole building might be inside her own child's body. No mother could. Denial is the only shield she's got. And here's that fine-edged cruelty again. The thing this movie does better than almost anything, a mother's love, the most decent thing there is, becomes a weapon aimed at everyone. If she'd admitted right away that her daughter was really sick, maybe they could have isolated Jennifer before she turned. But no human being with a heart hands over their own kid on a hunch, so she protects her. She holds the girl in her arms, and it's right there, wrapped up in her mother's arms, that Jennifer vomits blood into her face, tears loose, and bolts up the stairs. The act of protecting her was the exact thing that kept the danger pressed against the body of the one person trying hardest to protect it. And in that second, the last illusion that anybody had control of this thing collapses. A cop cuffs Mari Carmen to the stairs and goes up after the girl with Manu the firefighter. Their intentions are good. Corner the kid without hurting her. Calm before she hurts someone. They go up trying to do the right thing. And the right thing, again, goes wrong. Jennifer isn't a scared little girl anymore. She attacks, and from there, the building tips all the way over into a maze of death. One infected becomes two become a horde, and every person who goes down doesn't disappear. They get back up on the other team now. It matters that you feel the rhythm of the collapse here, because the movie nails it. It's not one big explosion, it's worse and worse and worse. Every time they think they've stabilized it, somebody new turns. Every time they lock an infected in one room, they find another one loose in a hallway they thought was clear. The threat doesn't come from one direction. It comes up out of everywhere because it was already spread through the whole building before anybody clocked a thing. And that's where the last scramble to survive is born. Somebody remembers there's a way out, a route through the back tied into the sewer system that you can reach through a workshop in the building. But to open it up, you need the superintendent's keys. And the keys, naturally, are stashed in an apartment halfway across the room, right in the teeth of it. Watch the cruel logic closely. The one shot at escape they've got left forces them to cross straight through infected territory. The exit exists. It's just on the far side of hell. Angela, Pablo, and Manu go for it. They push through to grab the super's keys. But by the time they've got them, the horde's grown too big. The way back down toward the exit is blocked. Every extra infected is one more door swinging shut. And by that point, almost all of them already had. And here's an inversion that's easy to miss, but it's the whole movie in one idea. All night long, the right answer was always down. The street was down, the exit was down, life was down. Going down meant surviving, going up meant burying yourself, except with every new wave of infected, down keeps getting more impossible. The horde swells at the base of the building, chokes the stairwell, shoves every survivor higher. That's why watching these people move floor by floor is so suffocating. Once you understand what's actually happening, they aren't choosing to go up, they're getting squeezed up. Every floor they lose down below is a lid closing, forcing them one more step toward the one place they should never end up. There was one spot left in the building nobody had gone. The one floor nobody even mentioned. Up top, as far from the street as you can get, as far from any escape as physically possible. The penthouse. The sealed unit at the very top of the building. And that's where the panic drives them. Not because it's safe, because it's the only corner left without a horde already in it. By now, surviving wasn't about finding the exit anymore. It was just about buying a few more minutes. Angela and Pablo make it to that last floor and lock themselves inside the penthouse apartment. It's their hideout. And it's also the place that answers every question the movie's been dangling all at once. This apartment had been sealed off for a long time. Abandoned. But not abandoned the normal way. When they get the camera light up and start looking around, what's on the walls freezes your blood. Newspaper clippings everywhere, photos, notes, equipment. This wasn't some regular tenant's place. This was somebody's hideout. Somebody who'd been investigating something, studying something. And in the middle of the mess, they find an old tape recorder. They hit play, and a man's voice starts talking, laying out what he figured out. Here's where the movie stitches it all together. The person who lived up here was an agent of the Vatican, a priest named Albelda, and he'd been investigating the case of a Portuguese girl, Tristana Medeiros, a girl who, as far as they believed, was possessed, a demonic possession. But the deeper the priest dug, the more he realized the thing that looked like possession had turned into something else. It had become a disease, an infection that jumped body to body, biological, contagious. What started as a matter of faith turned into a virus problem, and to try and contain it, whatever it was, the girl got locked away here in this apartment at the top of this building. And this is the detail that gives REC a completely different flavor than everything else in the genre. It's not a bug that leaked out of a lab, it's not a bioweapon that went sideways. The origin here is something science can't quite name. Something caught halfway between the religious and the medical, between a demon and a germ. A priest gets sent to study a possession and ends up as the only record of an outbreak. And he did what serious people do when they don't understand a threat. He locked it up and prayed it stayed put. But hope it stays put isn't a plan, it's a prayer. And that night, the prayer failed. Now connect everything you've seen. The infected girl sealed up top for years, the dog Max from an apartment below who somehow caught the disease. The movie never spells it out on screen, but if you backfill it, the most obvious read is that the virus escaped that penthouse through some small invisible gap, a rat, a bug, a crack in the wall, and worked its way down into the building. It reached the dog. The dog passed it to Jennifer. Jennifer was incubating it, while Angela stood there interviewing her, smiling. And Conchita, the old woman who kicked off the whole nightmare, was probably just the first one to fully turn. Notice what that tells you about the fantasy of containing something like this. They locked the source in the most isolated spot imaginable. Top of a building, sealed apartment, away from everything. On paper, perfect containment, and it still leaked. All it took was one gap nobody thought to plug, one animal too small to notice, and the disease walked down floor by floor without a single person seeing it. You don't seal a virus behind a door. It doesn't respect doors, it finds the path water finds through the smallest opening there is, and by the time you finally hear the first old woman screaming, it's already moved through a bunch of bodies. That's the hidden timeline underneath the whole movie. When Angela walks into that building, thinking while she's about to film some throwaway segment, the infection had already been spreading for days. The dog had already been to the vet. The kid was already incubating. The building was already technically a live outbreak, which means she didn't show up at the start of the story, she showed up in the middle. And that turns the movie inside out if you let the weight of it land. We watch wreck like Angela and Pablo are witnessing the birth of a nightmare. Like the camera caught the ground, zero moment, the first spark. Nope, the camera showed up late. The nightmare had been running for days, floor by floor, in total silence, and all that camera did was catch the moment it finally got too loud to ignore. Everything you watched isn't the beginning of the disaster. It's the disaster coming due. It's all there. The source was never the street. It was never some attack from outside. That building was condemned before the camera ever crossed the threshold. Let that sit for a second, because it changes how you watch the entire thing. Angela, Pablo, the firefighters, the cops, every resident yelling in that lobby, not one of them walked into a situation that could still be saved. They walked into a sentence that had already been signed, the infection was already coming down through the floors, the cell up top was already open, and the call to seal it all shut had already been made by people they'd never even seen. These people just stepped into the middle of a trap that had been closing for days and spent the whole night trying to escape a thing that had no exit. And that's why the quarantine outside made this cold, awful sense. Whoever sealed that building wasn't being cruel for no reason. They knew, or at least suspected, that the source was in there, and that letting anything out meant letting it loose on the whole city. Think about Katrina for a second. Think about the way the whole logic in a disaster like that becomes the perimeter first, hold the line, contain the zone, and the people caught inside it come second. That's what the seal on that door was. The line held. The people inside were on the wrong side of it, which makes Angela and Pablo's whole desperate climb even cooler. They went up the entire building, running from the danger. Shut doors, dodged hordes, risked everything to reach somewhere safe. And the highest spot, the most hidden, the farthest from the exit, their final refuge, was the exact birthplace of all of them. The cell where the source of the disease had been locked the whole time. They didn't run from the monster, they climbed straight into its cage. They locked themselves in the highest spot in the building, thinking they'd bought time. What they actually did was shut the last door behind them, with the source of everything already inside, sitting in the dark, waiting. And then the one thing left happens, the thing that takes away even their ability to see death coming. The camera light breaks. All of a sudden, Angela and Pablo are in total darkness inside that apartment, knowing something's in there. Pablo makes the only play he's got. He flips the camera to night vision. That grainy green glow becomes, in that instant, the only eyes either of them has left in the world. And it's through that green eye that we finally see her. Tristana Medeiros, not the possessed girl from the newspaper clippings, what she became after years locked up with that thing inside her. A thin, stretched, wrecked shape moving slow through the dark. The thing that's been at the end of this line since the very first minute. And here's the detail I want you to really sit with, because it's the knot the whole movie ties itself into at the end. Remember way back at the start when I told you to hold on to the fact that the camera is Pablo, that you're Pablo the whole movie. So, in the dark with his own eyes useless, Pablo depends completely on the camera to know where the creature is. That screen is his only reality. And that's when the cruelty of the format lands. The same camera that was just a work tool, the thing that was supposed to film a dumb little segment about firefighters, turns into the last thread of hope for a man surrounded in the dark. And it's not enough. The creature gets Pablo. And when he goes down, the camera goes down with him. Angela's alone now on the floor, feeling around in the black for that camera, the one still running, filming the ceiling, filming nothing. She calls out, she cries, she reaches for the only light left, and before she can get to it, a hand comes out of the dark and drags her into the black. The camera lies there, still rolling, catching the exact moment the last living person in that building vanishes into the dark. And that's how it ends. No hero, no rescue, no door bursting open at the perfect second. Just the floor, the dark, and a camera that kept filming after there was nobody left to film. Thanks for sticking with me all the way to the end. If you have another horror, apocalypse, or survival movie you'd like me to break down, drop it in the comments. There's a good chance it'll end up being the next video. See you in the next one.
Marathon was supposed to be Bungie's next great franchise, the forever game that would carry the studio beyond Destiny. Instead,
Okay,
it lost
I'll be
92%
going.
of its players in 5 months.
See you tomorrow.
And while the company kept calling the game important,